Welcome back, Night Traveller. Tonight, we're stepping into a world that exists all around you, mostly unseen. The world of insects. Tiny architects, ancient survivors, and creatures so strange they seem borrowed from dreams. If you enjoyed this journey, consider subscribing so we can explore more wonders together as you drift off to sleep. Now let's begin. There are more species of insects on Earth than all other animals combined. Over 1 million described species, with millions more waiting to be discovered. Picture for a moment a grand catalogue of every living thing we know, every mammal, every bird, every fish swimming in the depths, every reptile basking on warm rocks, every amphibian calling from the edges of ponds. Now imagine that insects, just insects, outnumber all of them combined. Over 1 million species have been given names, are studied, pinned in collections or photographed in their natural habitats, and yet scientists estimate that millions more remain completely unknown to us, living out their entire existence without ever crossing paths with human awareness. If you could gather one representative from every known species and line them up, the insects would form an overwhelming majority. Mammals, the group we belong to, would occupy just a tiny corner of that assembly. It's a humbling thought, really. We think of ourselves as the dominant form of life on this planet, but in terms of sheer diversity, insects have us surrounded. They found ways to live almost everywhere, from the frozen surfaces of glaciers to the scorching heat of deserts, from the canopy of rainforests to the soil beneath your feet. Each species a unique solution to the puzzle of survival, or each one carrying genetic instructions refined over millions of years. And most of them, we haven't even met them yet. Insects have been around for at least 400 million years, predating dinosaurs by about 170 million years. Long before the first dinosaur took its first thunderous step, insects were already here. 400 million years ago, when the world's continents were arranged in configurations we wouldn't recognize, when the first plants were just beginning to colonize the land, insects were making their entrance. They crawled from the margins of ancient seas, adapted to breathing air, and began the long process of diversifying into forms we'd find both familiar and alien. Think about that timeline for a moment. Insects watched the rise of the dinosaurs, those magnificent reptiles that dominated the planet for over 160 million years. They flew through forests of giant ferns while Tyrannosaurus hunted and Triceratops grazed. And when that asteroid struck 66 million years ago, ending the age of dinosaurs in fire and darkness, insects persisted. They witnessed the rise of mammals, the evolution of primates, the emergence of humans. They were here before us, and if history is any guide, they'll likely be here long after we're gone. There's something both unsettling and oddly comforting about that continuity. These small creatures carrying forward a legacy that spans nearly 500 million years. The total weight of all ants on Earth roughly equals the total weight of all humans. Here's a thought to carry with you into sleep. Right now, beneath your feet and all around the world, there are ants. Trillions upon trillions of them, each one weighing less than a grain of rice. Individually, they're almost nothing, easily overlooked, easily crushed, but collectively they match us. The biomass of all ants on Earth is approximately equal to the biomass of all 8 billion humans. It's a strange kind of symmetry. We measure our significance in cities and civilizations, in art and technology. Ants measure theirs in colonies and cooperation, in chemical trails and coordinated labour. They've built their own form of civilization underground, invisible to most of us most of the time. And yet, when you weigh it all, every human body against every ant body, we balance out. Maybe there's a lesson there about humility, about recognizing that importance isn't always about size or visibility. Sometimes it's about persistence, about working together, about filling every available niche with quiet determination. The ants do that extraordinarily well. A honeybee's wings beat about 200 times per second, creating that distinctive buzzing sound. That gentle hum you hear on a summer afternoon, that sound drifting across gardens and meadows, it's the sound of wings moving faster than your eye can follow. 200 beats per second. That's not just fast, it's almost incomprehensibly rapid. Each wing stroke is invisible to us, blurred into a continuous vibration that creates sound waves we experience as buzzing. Imagine trying to move any part of your body 200 times in a single second. You couldn't. Our muscles don't work that way. Our nervous system can't fire signals that quickly. But a bee's flight muscles operate on a different principle entirely. They're powered by what's called asynchronous muscle, tissue that can contract and relax many times for each neural signal, oscillating on its own once it gets started. It's elegant, efficient, and it produces that sound that means summer to so many of us. The next time you hear a bee humming past, remember, you're listening to 200 wing beats compressed into every second, a rhythm so fast it becomes music. Dragonflies have been flying with virtually the same body design for 300 million years. Some designs are so effective, so perfectly suited to their purpose, that evolution leaves them alone. The dragonfly is one of those designs. 300 million years ago, dragonflies looked remarkably similar to the ones you might see hovering over a pond today. The same 4 wings, the same elongated body, the same enormous compound eyes. They perfected their form in an era before dinosaurs, and they've barely changed since. What does it mean to be that well designed? It means your body is already an optimal solution to the problem of being an aerial predator. Dragonflies can fly forward, backward, and sideways. They can hover in place with astonishing stability. They can accelerate, decelerate, and turn on an axis so small it seems to defy physics. Their eyes give them nearly 360-degree vision, and their hunting success rate is estimated at over 95%, higher than lions, higher than sharks, higher than almost any predator you can name. So evolution, surveying this masterpiece, essentially said, "This works, leave it." And for 300 million years, that's exactly what happened. Sometimes perfection is achieved early, and all that remains is to maintain it. Butterflies taste with their feet, using chemical sensors to identify plants. Here's something delicate and strange. When a butterfly lands on a leaf, it's tasting it. Not with a tongue, not with any organ we'd recognize as being for taste, but with its feet. The bottom of a butterfly's foot is covered in chemoreceptors, tiny sensors that can detect specific chemicals in the plant's surface. This tells the butterfly everything it needs to know. Is this the right species of plant? Is it healthy? Is it a suitable place to lay eggs? Imagine walking barefoot through a garden and being able to taste the grass, the flowers, the leaves beneath your feet. Every step would be a flavor, every surface a different chemical signature. For butterflies, this isn't a strange superpower, it's just how they experience the world. A female butterfly searching for a place to lay her eggs will land on plant after plant, tasting each one through her feet, searching for exactly the right species, because when her eggs hatch, the caterpillars will need to eat that specific plant. They're often specialists, capable of digesting only one or a few species. So the mother's feet are making a life or death decision, tasting the future meal of her offspring, ensuring they'll hatch in exactly the right place. A single ant colony can contain millions of individuals working as a superorganism. An ant colony isn't just a collection of insects living in the same place. It's more like a single organism made of millions of parts, each one performing a specialized function without understanding the larger picture. No individual ant comprehends the colony, and no single ant knows the full layout of the tunnels, the total food stores, the overall health of the queen, and yet, together, they create something that behaves with remarkable intelligence. Think of it as distributed cognition. Each ant follows simple rules. If you smell this chemical, go this way. If you encounter this type of threat, release this alarm signal. If you find food, lay a trail back home. These rules are uncomplicated, almost mechanical. But when millions of ants follow them simultaneously, patterns emerge. The colony builds ventilation systems for their underground cities, maintains temperature and humidity within narrow ranges, farms fungus, wages wars, and makes collective decisions about when to relocate. No ant is in charge. There's no general, no architect, no planner. Just millions of individuals following local rules, and from that emerges something that looks, from the outside, like intelligence. Perhaps consciousness isn't always located in a single brain. Perhaps sometimes it's distributed across many small ones, humming together like instruments in an orchestra none of them can hear. Fireflies produce light through a chemical reaction that is nearly 100% efficient, with almost no heat wasted. On summer evenings, if you're lucky enough to be in the right place, you might see them. Tiny lights blinking in the darkness, drifting through the warm air like fallen stars learning to fly. Fireflies. And the light they produce is, from a physics standpoint, almost perfect. Nearly 100% of the energy in their chemical reaction becomes light. Almost nothing is wasted as heat. Compare that to an incandescent light bulb, which converts only about 5% of its energy into light, wasting the rest as heat. Or even an LED, which is much better, but still loses a significant fraction to heat. The firefly's abdomen contains cells that mix two chemicals, luciferin and luciferase, with oxygen, producing light through a process called bioluminescence. It's cold light, chemical light, light without fire. The firefly controls it with extraordinary precision, turning it on and off in species-specific patterns, sending messages into the night. I'm here. I'm looking for you. Come find me. There's something achingly beautiful about it. These tiny beetles carrying their own lanterns, signalling to each other in a language of the light, doing something our best engineers are still trying to replicate. That soft glow you see in the grass, that gentle pulsing in the trees, it's one of nature's most elegant solutions to a simple problem: how to find each other in the dark. Mosquitoes have been found in amber, dating back 79 million years, looking almost identical to modern species. Amber is fossilized tree resin, and sometimes, rarely, it captures things. A mosquito lands on sticky resin, gets trapped, and over millions of years, that resin hardens into a golden prison, preserving the insect in perfect detail. Scientists have found mosquitoes in amber that are 79 million years old, and when they examine them under microscopes, they find something uncanny. These ancient mosquitoes look almost exactly like the ones that might bite you tonight. 79 million years. The continents were in different positions. Dinosaurs still walked the Earth. This was well before the asteroid impact. Flowering plants were relatively new. The climate was warmer, the sea levels higher, and yet mosquitoes then looked like mosquitoes now. Same basic body plan, same piercing mouth parts, probably the same annoying whine of their wings. It's a reminder that evolution doesn't always push toward complexity or novelty. Sometimes it finds a design that works and maintains it across geological ages, that high-pitched whine you hear in your bedroom at night. It's a sound that echoed through Cretaceous forests, a sound that's been annoying creatures for tens of millions of years. There's an odd continuity in that, proof that some irritations are truly timeless. Yeah, termites digest wood with the help of microscopic organisms living in their guts. They can't actually process cellulose themselves. Every termite is an ecosystem. Inside their guts live countless microscopic organisms, protozoans, bacteria, and other tiny life forms that do something the termite cannot. Break down cellulose, the tough material that makes up wood. The termite chews the wood, swallows it, and passes it to its internal partners, who digest it and share the nutrients. Without these symbionts, the termite would starve, surrounded by food it cannot use. It's a relationship that's been going on for millions of years. The termite provides shelter, a constant supply of food, and transportation to new locations. The microorganisms provide the digestive services that make the termite's lifestyle possible. Neither can survive without the other. And here's something stranger. When a termite molts, shedding its exoskeleton to grow, it also sheds the lining of its gut and loses all its symbionts. It must reacquire them by eating the feces of other termites, transferring the essential microorganisms from one generation to the next, from one individual to another. Every termite colony is passing down not just genetic information, but also this crucial community of gut microbes, without which they would be unable to eat the very substance that defines their existence. It's cooperation at its most fundamental level, a reminder that life is rarely solitary, that we all depend on partnerships we may not even be aware of. The Atlas moth has no mouth and cannot eat. It lives only to reproduce during its brief adult life. There's something almost poetic about the Atlas moth's existence. When it emerges from its cocoon, it unfurls wings that can span nearly a foot across. Patterns of rust and cream and soft browns that look like painted windows. But if you look closely at its head, you'll notice something missing: a mouth. The Atlas moth cannot eat. It has no mechanism for taking in food, no proboscis to sip nectar, no jaws to chew. It emerges into the world with one purpose, and one purpose only: to reproduce. It survives entirely on energy stored during its caterpillar phase, when it ate voraciously, building up reserves that must last its entire adult life. And that adult life is brief, usually just a few days, perhaps a week or two at most. During that time it must find a mate, and if it's a female, lay eggs. Then, depleted of energy, it dies. There's no long retirement, no gradual decline, just a sudden, brilliant emergence, a brief window of flight and reproduction, and then darkness. Maybe there's something to learn from that urgency, that focus. Or maybe it's just a reminder that life takes many forms, and some of them are entirely unlike our own. The Atlas moth doesn't experience the world as we do. No meals to savour, No accumulation of experiences over decades. Just metamorphosis, emergence, reproduction, and rest. A life compressed into days, but a life nonetheless complete in its own way. Cicadas can spend 17 years underground before emerging for just a few weeks of adult life. Imagine spending 17 years in darkness, 17 years underground, moving slowly through soil, sipping sap from tree roots, growing incrementally, waiting. That's the life of certain periodical cicadas. They hatch from eggs laid in tree bark, drop to the ground as tiny nymphs, burrow down, and begin a waiting period that lasts longer than many animals' entire lifespans. For those 17 years, they're essentially invisible to us. They're not dormant, they're feeding, growing, molting through various stages, but they're hidden, patient, marking time in ways we can barely comprehend. And then, after precisely 17 years, not 16, not 18, but 17, they emerge. Sometimes by the millions all at once, synchronized in a way that seems almost miraculous. They climb up trees, shed their nymphal skins one final time, and emerge as adults with wings, and then they sing. The males produce one of the loudest sounds in the insect world, calling for mates, filling the air with a chorus that can be almost deafening. They mate, the females lay eggs, and within a few weeks they're gone. All of them. The trees fall silent, the discarded shells blow away, and the forest returns to normal. But underground, a new generation has already begun its 17-year wait. It's a cycle that's been repeating for thousands of years, these periodic emergences, these brief explosions of life followed by long silence. Makes you wonder what else might be waiting, just beneath the surface, counting down to its own emergence. A fruit fly's entire life cycle from egg to adult takes only about 8 days at room temperature. While cicadas measure their lives in years, fruit flies measure theirs in days. 8 days. That's all it takes for an egg to become a larva, for a larva to become a pupa, for a pupa to become an adult fly capable of reproducing. In the time you might take a week-long vacation, entire generations of fruit flies are born, live their lives, reproduce and die. This extraordinary speed has made fruit flies invaluable to science. Geneticists love them because you can observe multiple generations in a single month, watching how traits pass from parents to offspring, how mutations arise and spread, how evolution operates in real time. Thomas Hunt Morgan used fruit flies to prove that genes are carried on chromosomes. Hermann Müller used them to show that radiation causes mutations. Countless other discoveries have flowed from these tiny flies with their compressed timelines. But set aside the science for a moment and just think about what it means to live that fast. A fruit fly doesn't have time for gradual maturation, for slow learning, for accumulated wisdom. Everything must happen quickly. Development, reproduction, the whole arc of existence compressed into days. They're living at a different tempo than we are, experiencing time in a way we can barely relate to. When you swat at a fruit fly hovering near your banana, you're interacting with a creature that might be in the final hours of a life that began when that banana was still fresh. Different scales, different speeds, but life nonetheless burning through its allotted time with remarkable efficiency. Bombardier beetles defend themselves by mixing chemicals in their abdomen to create a boiling, explosive spray. The bombardier beetle has turned chemistry into a weapon. When threatened, it mixes two normally stable chemicals, hydroquinone and hydrogen peroxide, in a special chamber in its abdomen. The mixture is catastrophically unstable. It reacts violently, heating up to the boiling point of water, and the beetle aims it at whatever is threatening it with remarkable precision. The spray emerges at nearly 100 degrees Celsius, hot enough to cause real pain, accompanied by an audible pop. What's extraordinary is that this reaction happens inside the beetle's body, and the beetle doesn't get harmed. It has evolved specialized structures, a reaction chamber with thick walls, a valve system that can fire the spray and pulses, and a rotating turret-like tip that can aim in nearly any direction. The beetle can fire multiple times in rapid succession, adjusting its aim between shots. It's like a biological turret, defending itself with controlled explosions. For a long time, this mechanism puzzled scientists. How could such a violent reaction evolve gradually? Each component seems necessary for the system to work safely. But research has shown that the pieces could have evolved step by step, each modification providing some advantage until the full defensive spray came together. The bombardier beetle is a reminder that evolution can produce solutions that seem engineered, that look designed, because natural selection is an extraordinarily effective designer. It just works across millions of years, testing every possibility, keeping what works, discarding what doesn't. The result can be as sophisticated as any human invention. Perhaps more so because it's been refined by countless generations of trial and error. Monarch butterflies migrate up to 3,000 miles from Canada to Mexico, a journey no single butterfly completes twice. Every autumn, monarch butterflies begin a journey that seems impossible. They fly south, from as far north as Canada, heading toward a small region of Oyamel fir forests in the mountains of central Mexico. Some will travel 3,000 miles or more. They navigate using the sun's position, compensating for its movement across the sky, possibly using an internal compass that detects the Earth's magnetic field. And they fly to forests they've never seen, forests their parents never saw, because the butterflies that arrive in Mexico are not the same ones that left. Here's the remarkable thing. It takes multiple generations to complete the full cycle. In spring, monarchs leave Mexico and head north. But they only make it part way. They mate, lay eggs, and die. Their offspring continue north, mate, lay eggs, and die. This happens several times over the summer, short-lived generations moving gradually northward. But then, as autumn approaches, a different generation emerges. These butterflies don't reproduce immediately. They live longer, up to 8 months instead of just a few weeks, and they have an urge to fly south. They've never made this journey before. They've never seen the overwintering sights, and yet they find them, sometimes landing on the same trees their great-great-grandparents used the previous year. How do they know where to go? The answer isn't entirely clear. It's written somehow in their genes, this map to a place they've never been, this knowledge of a destination inherited across generations. When you see a monarch butterfly in late summer, wings orange and black against the blue sky, you might be seeing a navigator, preparing for an impossible journey guided by memory it doesn't personally possess. There's a mystery there, one that makes the butterfly seem less like a simple insect and more like a tiny vessel carrying something ancient and unexplained. Ants can carry objects 50 times their own body weight. Proportional strength is a strange thing. An ant can hoist an object 50 times its own weight, gripping it in its mandibles and carrying it back to the colony. If humans had that same proportional strength, you could pick up a car, a full-size sedan, and carry it over your head without much effort. You could lift a small elephant, The comparison is almost absurd, which is part of what makes ant strength so remarkable. But there's physics at work here that makes the comparison imperfect. Strength doesn't scale linearly with size. As animals get smaller, their strength-to-weight ratio increases because muscle strength depends on cross-sectional area, which scales with the square of size, while weight depends on volume, which scales with the cube of size. So small animals are proportionally stronger, not because their muscles are better, but because of geometry. Still, within the rules of physics, ants are extraordinarily powerful. They can climb vertical surfaces while carrying heavy loads, work cooperatively to move objects far larger than themselves, and build structures that would be architectural marvels at any scale. Watch an ant sometime. Really watch it. See how it explores with its antennae, how it grips with its mandibles, or is how it moves with purpose and determination. These tiny creatures, barely visible, are powerhouses of strength and endurance. They'll work all day without rest, carrying food, building tunnels, tending to larvae, defending the colony. Each one is a worker in a system much larger than itself, contributing strength that, multiplied across millions, becomes formidable. Maybe strength isn't always about how much one individual can do. Maybe sometimes it's about how many small efforts can combine into something much greater. A queen termite can live for 50 years, continuously laying eggs the entire time. 50 years. That's longer than many humans live, and for a termite it's an almost unimaginable span. The queen termite is the heart of the colony, and her life is dedicated entirely to reproduction. Her abdomen swells to enormous proportions, sometimes thousands of times larger than when she was young, becoming an egg-laying factory that can produce tens of thousands of eggs per day. She doesn't move. She can't, not with that massive abdomen. She's tended by workers who feed her, clean her, and carry away the steady stream of eggs she produces. In a sense, she's more like a living organ than an individual organism, a reproductive machine around which the entire colony organizes itself. And she does this for decades, year after year, producing eggs, maintaining the genetic line of the colony, while outside her chamber, generations of her offspring live brief lives building, foraging, fighting, dying. There's something both impressive and unsettling about it. 50 years of continuous egg production, and 50 years immobile in a dark chamber, tended by daughters and sons who live just a fraction of her lifespan. Is she aware of time passing? Does she experience those decades in any way we would recognize as experience? Probably not. Her life is biochemistry, hormone signals, the steady rhythm of egg production, but still, 50 years. A termite queen born when you were born would still be alive today, might still be alive when you're old, outlasting most organisms on Earth through sheer, stubborn longevity, devoted to a single, unchanging purpose. Praying mantises are the only insects that can turn their heads 180 degrees. Most insects have fixed heads, their vision limited to whatever their compound eyes can see from a stationary position. But the praying mantis is different. It can turn its head, is not just a little. It can rotate its head 180 degrees, looking over its shoulder, scanning the environment with an eerie deliberateness that seems more vertebrate than the insect. This ability comes from a flexible joint between the head and thorax, something most insects lack. And the mantis uses this flexibility constantly. It's a visual hunter, relying on its excellent eyesight to detect movement and judge distances. Being able to turn its head gives it a huge advantage. It can track prey without moving its body, remaining perfectly still while its head swivels to follow a fly or beetle. Then, when the moment is right, it strikes with those raptorial forelegs, snatching its prey in a movement too fast for human eyes to fully follow. There's something disconcerting about seeing a mantis turn its head to look at you, where it breaks your expectations of how an insect should move. That triangular head with its large eyes swiveling to track your movement, it feels almost like it's studying you, assessing you, which in a way it is. The mantis is deciding if you're a threat, if you're prey, probably not you're too big, or if you're simply part of the landscape. That ability to direct its gaze, to look at things rather than just seeing them, gives the mantis a quality that feels surprisingly aware. It's a reminder that intelligence and capability come in many forms, some of them quite alien to our own. Houseflies hum in the key of F when they fly. Music is everywhere, even in the annoying buzz of a housefly. When a fly beats its wings, about 200 times per second, it creates vibrations in the air that we perceive as sound. And that sound, analysed with instruments, turns out to be a musical note. F, specifically the F above middle C, not approximately F, but actually F, give or take a bit depending on temperature and the individual fly. It's not intentional, of course. The fly isn't composing music. It's just that its wing frequency happens to produce a tone that corresponds to a note we've named. But there's something oddly delightful about it. The idea that every irritating buzz is accidentally musical, that houseflies are inadvertently humming in harmony with pianos and violins and every other instrument tuned to the Western scale. Maybe it's a reminder that the universe is full of patterns, of mathematical relationships that show up in unexpected places. The same physics that governs guitar strings and organ pipes also governs fly wings. Sound is just vibration at the right frequency, and nature produces those frequencies constantly, without trying, without awareness that it's creating something we might call music. So the next time you hear a fly buzzing around your room, annoying as it is, you could choose to hear it differently, as an unintentional note in the continuous symphony of the natural world, a tiny F humming through the air, indifferent to whether anyone appreciates its accidental melody. Bees can recognize human faces using a combination of pattern recognition techniques. Your face is a pattern, shapes, shadows, contrasts, symmetries. To you, it's your identity. To a bee, it's also a pattern, but one it can learn to recognize. Researchers have trained bees to distinguish between different human faces, rewarding them with sugar water when they choose the correct face from a lineup, and the bees learn. Despite having brains smaller than a grain of sand, they can tell one face from another, remembering features and responding to them consistently. How do they do it? They break the face down into components. Dark spots for eyes, the shape of the nose, the outline of the jaw. They piece these elements together into a mental map, a template they can compare against what they see. It's not the same as how we recognize faces. We have specialized brain regions dedicated to this task, but it works. The bee can remember your face, associate it with reward or threat, and respond accordingly. There's something humbling about that. A creature with a brain that could fit on the head of a pin can learn to know you, at least visually. It challenges our assumptions about what's required for intelligence, for memory, for learning. You don't need a large brain to process complex information. You need the right structures, the right algorithms running on whatever hardware evolution has provided. And bees, it turns out, have excellent algorithms, refined over millions of years to extract meaningful patterns from the blooming, buzzing confusion of the sensory world. When a bee circles your head at a picnic, remember, it might be learning your face, filing you away in its tiny memory as something to remember for next time. The oldest known insect fossil is about 410 million years old, a springtail preserved in ancient rock. 410 million years ago, the world was a very different place. The continents were clustered together in configurations that would be unrecognizable on a modern map. The land was largely barren. Plants were just beginning their colonization of the continents, mostly small, primitive species clinging to the edges of lakes and streams. The air was thick with carbon dioxide, the atmosphere still settling into something that would eventually support the riot of life we know today. And into this alien world came the first insects, or at least the first ones we have evidence of. The oldest insect fossil we've found is a springtail, a tiny creature preserved in rock from the Devonian period. Springtails are still around today. You might have seen them without knowing what they were. Tiny specks hopping on the surface of puddles or in moist soil. They're named for a spring-loaded appendage on their abdomen that lets them jump distances many times their body length. And 410 million years ago, their ancestors were already here, already perfected or at least functional, already living lives we can only reconstruct from the impressions left in stone. Think about that span of time, 410 million years. Modern humans have existed for perhaps 300,000 years. Civilization, cities, writing, all of that is less than 10,000 years old. The springtail's lineage predates us by a factor of over 1,000. They were among the pioneers, the early explorers of terrestrial life, figuring out how to breathe air, how to keep from drying out, how to find food and reproduce in a landscape that was almost empty of other animals. They succeeded so well that they're still here, largely unchanged, still hopping through leaf litter, still doing what springtails do. It's a kind of immortality, written not in individual lives, but in the continuation of a form, a body plan, a way of being that has persisted across ages that make human history look like the blink of an eye. A cockroach can live for weeks without its head before eventually dying of thirst. Here's something unsettling to contemplate. If you were to remove a cockroach's head, it wouldn't die immediately. In fact, it could continue living for weeks, walking around, responding to touch, even attempting to right itself if flipped over. Eventually it would die, not from blood loss. Cockroaches don't have high blood pressure, so decapitation doesn't cause them to bleed out, but from dehydration, because without a mouth, it can't drink. This macabre survival ability tells us something about how differently cockroaches are organized compared to mammals. We centralize our vital functions. Our brain controls breathing, heart rate, consciousness. Remove the head, and everything stops almost immediately. But cockroaches breathe through spiracles, small holes along their body, not through a mouth or nose. Their blood doesn't carry oxygen the way ours does, so they don't need a constant heartbeat to stay alive, and their nervous system is decentralized. They have clusters of nerve cells throughout their body, ganglia that can coordinate basic behaviors without input from the brain. The brain, for a cockroach, is more like middle management than central command. It processes information from the antennae and eyes, makes some decisions, but the rest of the body can function semi-independently. This is part of why cockroaches are so hard to kill, so adaptable, so successful. They don't put all their eggs in one basket, metaphorically speaking. Their redundancy, their distributed control systems, their ability to keep functioning even with catastrophic damage. These are features that have served them well for hundreds of millions of years. It's horrifying, yes, but also a testament to just how differently life can be organized. Not better or worse, just different, optimized for survival in ways we barely understand. Orchid mantises look so much like flowers that real flowers sometimes grow near them for protection from herbivores. Camouflage usually works one way. The animal disguises itself to hide from predators or to ambush prey. But the orchid mantis has achieved something more complex. It looks so much like a flower, with petal-like extensions on its legs, colours that match pink and white orchids, a body shape that mimics the bloom structure, that other flowers seem to benefit from its presence. Here's the twist. Herbivorous insects, the ones that eat flowers, avoid areas where orchid mantises sit. They've learned, through evolution or individual experience, that those particular flowers are dangerous, and some actual flowers seem to grow more successfully near orchid mantises, protected by the mantis's fearsome reputation. The mantis isn't trying to protect the flowers, of course. It's just sitting there, waiting for pollinators to land within striking distance. But the flowers benefit anyway, a side effect of the mantis's deadly deception. It's a strange ecological relationship, one that blurs the lines between predator, prey, and the environment itself. The mantis is both flower and hunter, neither fully one nor the other, existing in a space between categories. And the real flowers, the actual blooms, grow in the shadow of this beautiful killer, accidentally protected by something that merely looks like them. Nature is full of these odd partnerships, these unintentional collaborations where one creature's survival strategy creates opportunities for others. The orchid mantis doesn't know it's helping flowers. The flowers don't know they're being protected. But the relationship exists anyway, an emergent property of two very different forms of life sharing the same space, each doing what it does, and together creating something neither could achieve alone. So, some moths have ears on their wings, abdomen, or even their mouths to detect bat sonar. The night sky's a battlefield. Bats hunt moths using echolocation, sending out ultrasonic clicks and listening for the echoes that bounce back from insect bodies. It's an effective strategy. Bats can detect, track, and intercept moths in complete darkness. But moths have evolved countermeasures, and one of the most sophisticated is hearing. Different moth species have placed their ears in different locations. Some have them on their thorax, some on their abdomen, some on their wings, and some have them on their mouth parts. The ears are simple, usually just a membrane that vibrates in response to sound, connected to a few nerve cells that signal, "I hear a bat." But simple is enough. When a moth detects ultrasonic clicks, it takes evasive action. Some drop from the sky in unpredictable spirals, some fly erratically, zigging and zagging, some emit their own ultrasonic clicks, possibly jamming the bat's sonar or signalling that they taste terrible. This is an evolutionary arms race that's been going on for millions of years. Bats get better at hunting, moths get better at evading. Bats develop more sophisticated echolocation. Moths develop more sensitive ears and more unpredictable flight patterns. Neither side can ever win permanently, because any advantage leads to a counter-adaptation in the other species. The result is this: moths flying through the night with ears scattered across their bodies in improbable locations, listening for the clicks that mean death is approaching, ready to tumble from the sky in maneuvers that look random but are actually precisely evolved responses to predation. It's elegant and brutal, a dance of hunter and hunted played out in frequencies we cannot hear, in darkness we cannot see through, a reminder that there are entire dimensions of conflict and survival happening all around us, invisible and silent to our senses. The venom of a single harvester ant can kill a small mouse. Size isn't everything when it comes to chemical warfare. The harvester ant is not particularly large, about the size of a common house ant, maybe slightly bigger, but its venom is extraordinarily potent. A single sting delivers enough toxin to kill a small mouse, and the pain in humans is described as among the most intense of any insect sting, lasting for hours. The venom is a complex cocktail of proteins and peptides, each component serving a purpose. Some cause pain directly by activating nerve cells, some trigger inflammation, some disrupt cell membranes. Together they create an experience that's difficult to forget, which is precisely the point. The harvester ant isn't trying to kill you, it's trying to teach you a lesson. Leave us alone. This defensive chemical arsenal is part of why harvester ants are successful. They don't need to be large or fast. They don't need armor or camouflage. They have chemistry, refined over millions of years into a weapon that punches far above its weight, and they're not shy about using it. Disturb a harvester ant nest, and workers will emerge to defend it aggressively, stinging multiple times if necessary. Each ant is tiny, but each one carries a payload that demands respect. It's a reminder that power comes in many forms. The ability to synthesize complex, biologically active molecules is its own kind of strength, one that doesn't require muscles or size. The harvester ant proves that point with every sting, every deployment of venom potent enough to drop a creature thousands of times its mass. Chemical warfare, miniaturized and perfected, carried in a body so small you might not even notice it until the pain begins. Dung beetles navigate using the Milky Way, the only insect known to orient by the galaxy. On a clear night, if you're far from city lights, you can look up and see the Milky Way, a band of light stretching across the sky. The combined glow of billions of distant stars in our galaxy's disk. It's beautiful, inspiring, a reminder of cosmic scale. And dung beetles use it to navigate. When a dung beetle finds a fresh pile of dung, it shapes a portion into a ball and begins rolling it away from the pile in a straight line. This is important. Going straight means it won't accidentally circle back to the competitive chaos around the dung source, where other beetles might steal its prize. But how does a beetle, with its tiny brain and compound eyes, maintain a straight line in the dark? Researchers discovered that dung beetles look up. They orient using the Milky Way's brightness gradient, the same way ancient sailors used stars for navigation. On moonless nights, the Milky Way provides enough light for the beetles to detect a consistent direction. They climb on top of their dung ball periodically. They do a little dance where they rotate in place, apparently calibrating their celestial compass, and then continue rolling in their chosen direction. This is the only insect we know of that uses galactic scale features for navigation. Think about that. A beetle, pushing a ball of dung across African soil, is orienting itself using light from stars thousands of light years away. The cosmic and the mundane connected by the beetle's need to move its prize in a straight line. It's absurd and beautiful, a creature engaged in one of nature's least glamorous tasks, guided by one of the universe's most magnificent sights. The dung beetle doesn't appreciate the star's beauty, doesn't ponder the vastness of space. It just uses the light, one more tool in its behavioral toolkit, connecting the immediate and earthly to the distant and eternal. A flea can jump 200 times its body length, equivalent to a human jumping over a skyscraper. A flea is tiny, barely visible, easy to overlook. But when it jumps, it achieves something remarkable. It can leap 200 times its own body length, roughly 8 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically. If humans could jump proportionally, you could leap over a 700-foot building from a standing start. The mechanism is extraordinary. Fleas don't use muscles directly to power their jumps. Muscles can't contract fast enough to produce the acceleration needed. Instead, they use a spring mechanism made of resilin, one of the most elastic biological materials known. The flea compresses this spring, slowly using its muscles, then releases it all at once through a latch mechanism. The stored energy is released in a fraction of a millisecond, launching the flea into the air at accelerations exceeding 100 times the force of gravity. During that acceleration, the flea experiences forces that would injure or kill most organisms, but fleas are built to withstand it. Their exoskeletons strong enough to handle the stress, their internal organs secured in ways that prevent damage. They've evolved to be living projectiles, sacrificing almost everything else for the ability to launch themselves vast distances relative to their size. Why? Because fleas are parasites, and their hosts move. A flea might find itself knocked off a dog or cat, falling to the ground or onto furniture. It needs to get back onto a host, quickly before it starves, and the best way to do that is to jump. High, far, fast. The jump is a survival mechanism, a way to cover ground when you're too small to run effectively, a way to intercept passing mammals when you're stuck on a floor. So the flea waits, patient and hungry, and when it detects vibration or heat or carbon dioxide that signals a potential host, it jumps, launching itself on a ballistic trajectory with no control, no steering, just faith in physics and evolution that it will land somewhere useful. Usually it does. Leafcutter ants don't eat the leaves they cut. They use them to grow fungus gardens, which they then eat. Watch a line of leafcutter ants marching through a tropical forest, each one carrying a piece of leaf several times its own size, held high like a green sail. You might assume they're bringing the leaves back to eat, but that's not quite right. Leafcutter ants are farmers, okay, and those leaves are not food, they're fertilizer for their crops. Deep inside the colony, in special underground chambers, the ants maintain gardens of fungus. They chew up the leaf fragments, mix them with their saliva and feces, and use this mulch to feed the fungus. The fungus grows, producing specialized structures that the ants harvest and eat. Neither ant nor fungus can survive without the other. The fungus has been domesticated for so long, about 50 million years, that it can no longer reproduce sexually or spread on its own. It exists only in ant colonies, tended constantly by workers who weed out competing fungi, adjust humidity, and maintain optimal growing conditions. This is agriculture, genuine agriculture, that predates human farming by tens of millions of years. The ants have cultivars. Different colonies grow slightly different strains of fungus, selected over generations for growth rate, nutrition, and compatibility with the local leaf species. They have waste management systems, moving spent mulch to designated dump chambers. They have infection control, using antibiotics produced by bacteria that live off their bodies to protect their fungal gardens from disease. It's a complex, sophisticated system, and no individual ant understands it. Each worker just follows rules, cut leaves here, carry them there, chew them this way, place them on the garden, but the collective result is agriculture as advanced as anything humans developed, arguably more sustainable, certainly more stable, having run continuously for millions of years without collapsing. Sometimes the most impressive intelligence is the kind that doesn't require anyone to be intelligent. Just a lot of individuals following simple rules that combine into something remarkable. The giant wheater of New Zealand can weigh more than a sparrow, making it one of the heaviest insects on Earth. On most continents, insects are small. They have to be. They compete with mammals, birds, and other vertebrates that fill the ecological niches for larger animals. But New Zealand evolved in isolation, without land mammals, and in that empty landscape some insects grew large. The giant wheater is one of them, a cricket-like creature that can weigh over 70 grams, heavier than a sparrow, about the weight of 3 mice. It's strange to see a giant wheater in person. It violates your expectations of what an insect should be. Or it's heavy enough that you feel its weight when it walks across your hand. It's large enough that you can see details usually invisible, the texture of its exoskeleton, the movement of its legs, the way its antennae wave gently through the air. It breathes through spiracles like all insects, which means it's near the upper size limit for that respiratory system. Any larger, and it couldn't get enough oxygen. The giant wheater is a reminder that size constraints are often ecological, not just physical. When mammals arrived in New Zealand, brought by humans, many giant wheater populations declined. Suddenly they had to compete with rats, cats, and other predators that found these large, slow-moving insects easy prey. They've survived mainly on small islands where mammals never established, and little refuges where they can still be the largest animals around, filling a niche that in other places belongs to mice or small birds. There's something both wonderful and melancholy about them. Wonderful because they show what's possible when evolution takes a different path. Melancholy because they're so vulnerable, so out of step with the modern world where mammals dominate. They're living fossils in a sense, representatives of a time when insects could be large, when size wasn't a liability. Now they persist in fragments, on islands, in protected areas, a reminder of what was, and perhaps what could have been if history had unfolded differently. Honeybees communicate the location of flowers through a waggle dance that encodes direction and distance. Language we sometimes think is unique to humans. We talk, we write. We communicate complex ideas through symbols. But honeybees have their own language, one that's been decoded by scientists and found to be remarkably sophisticated. It's called the waggle dance, and it's a way for a forager bee to tell her nestmates exactly where she found good flowers. When a bee returns to the hive after finding a rich source of nectar or pollen, she performs a dance on the vertical surface of the comb. The dance is a figure-8 pattern, with a straight waggle run through the middle. The angle of this waggle run relative to vertical encodes the direction to the flowers relative to the sun's current position. The duration of the waggle run encodes the distance. Longer waggle means farther away. Other bees crowd around, touching her with their antennae, learning the dance, memorizing the instructions. Then they fly out following the directions encoded in movement, and they find the flowers. Not nearby flowers, not random flowers, but the specific patch their sister discovered, sometimes kilometers away. It's symbolic communication, abstract and precise, a map made of movement, and it accounts for time. Bees adjust the angle of their dance over time to compensate for the sun's movement across the sky. updating their directions so that bees leaving the hive later will still fly in the correct direction. This is language in a real sense. It's symbolic, arbitrary. The dance could have evolved differently and still work, and compositional, distance and direction, are separate components that combine to create meaning. The bees don't know they're doing something remarkable. They're just dancing. They're following instincts shaped by millions of years of evolution. But that dance contains information, reduces uncertainty, allows individuals to share knowledge. It's communication that works, that builds the success of the hive, that lets 50,000 bees act as one superorganism, coordinated through dances and chemicals and touch. Language doesn't require words, doesn't require sound. Sometimes it's movement, patterns, the precise angle of a bee's body on a comb in the darkness of a hive. Some tropical mosquitoes can complete their entire life cycle in a water-filled bottle cap. Life finds a way, even in the smallest spaces. In tropical cities where standing water accumulates in unexpected places, bottle caps, discarded containers, the folded leaves of plants, mosquitoes have adapted to breed in volumes of water that seem impossibly small. A bottle cap might hold a teaspoon of water, maybe less, and yet that's enough. A female mosquito can lay her eggs there. The larvae can hatch and develop, pupate, and emerge as adults, all within that tiny pool. This adaptability is part of what makes mosquitoes so successful, and so difficult to control. You can drain ponds, treat lakes, eliminate obvious breeding sites, but mosquitoes will find the bottle cap you forgot about, the upturned frisbee in the yard, the clogged gutter that holds just enough water after rain. They've compressed their entire life cycle to fit whatever space is available, requiring minimal resources to complete development. Each larva in that bottle cap is filtering microscopic organisms from the water, eating bacteria and algae, growing through several molts until it's ready to transform into a pupa. The pupa doesn't eat. It's a transitional stage, a reorganization of the body where larval tissues break down and adult structures form. Then the adult emerges, pulling itself free of the pupal skin, standing on the water's surface while its wings dry and harden. And all of this happens in a container smaller than your thumb, in water that might evaporate in a few days if the weather turns dry. It's a precarious existence, dependent on the water remaining, on conditions staying favourable through the brief developmental period. But mosquitoes have been refining this strategy for millions of years, and they're very good at it. They've learned to thrive in the margins, in the spaces we overlook, turning our carelessness into opportunity. A forgotten bottle cap becomes a nursery, a tiny ecosystem supporting dozens of larvae, each one a potential disease vector, each one proof that life needs very little to persist, just water, time, and the absence of interference. Mantis shrimp can punch with the force of a bullet, creating underwater shockwaves. Technically, mantis shrimp aren't insects, they're crustaceans, marine creatures more closely related to crabs and lobsters. But they're worth mentioning because they've evolved one of the most remarkable structures in the arthropod world, a spring-loaded club that strikes with the acceleration of a .22 caliber bullet. The mantis shrimp winds up its strike by compressing a spring mechanism in its arm, storing energy in specialized structures made of elastic proteins. When it releases, the club accelerates so quickly that it cavitates the water, creates vacuum bubbles that collapse almost instantly, producing a shock wave and a flash of light called sonoluminescence. The impact itself is devastating enough to crack aquarium glass, shatter crab shells, or stun fish. But the collapsing bubble creates a second impact, a follow-up blow that arrives milliseconds after the first. The speed is extraordinary. The club moves at roughly 50 miles per hour underwater, experiencing accelerations of over 10,000 times Earth's gravity. For comparison, that's the kind of acceleration that would turn a human into paste. The mantis shrimp absorbs these forces hundreds of times a day, every day for its entire life, with no apparent damage to its striking appendages. They're made of one of the toughest biological materials known, a composite structure that distributes force in ways engineers are still studying, hoping to replicate in body armor and vehicle design. What's it like to be a mantis shrimp? To possess a punch that breaks the sound barrier underwater, to see the world in 12 color channels instead of our 3, to experience reality in ways we can barely imagine. We don't know. We can measure their capabilities, map their biology, but their subjective experience remains alien to us. They're proof that evolution can produce solutions radically different from anything we design, capabilities that seem impossible until you see them in action, creatures that remind us how much diversity exists in the forms life can take. Army ants are completely blind but coordinate raids of up to 200,000 individuals through chemical signals. And imagine organizing 200,000 people to move in coordination, to flow like water through a forest, to hunt cooperatively, to overwhelm prey through sheer numbers, and doing it all without sight, without sound communication, without any centralized command. That's what army ants do, and they do it through chemistry. Army ants are nomadic. They don't build permanent nests. Instead, they form bivouacs, temporary structures made from the ants' own bodies, living nests where workers link legs and mandibles to create a protective ball around the queen and developing larvae. When the colony moves, which can happen daily, they flow across the forest floor in massive raids, hunting anything they can overwhelm. They detect prey through vibration and scent, and when they find it, an insect, a spider, or even small vertebrates that can't escape fast enough, they swarm it, stinging and biting until it's subdued, then cutting it into pieces they carry back to the bivouac. The coordination comes from pheromones, chemical trails laid by scouts and reinforced by followers. Follow this trail, it means food. This trail means danger, go around. This concentration of scent means many ants have passed here, might mean the prey is this direction. The individual ant is blind, simple, following basic rules. But collectively the raid flows with apparent intelligence, splitting around obstacles, converging on prey, adjusting to threats. It's like a living liquid, purposeful and hungry, guided by chemical gradients instead of sight or thought. Watching an army ant raid is unsettling. You see the forest floor moving, writhing, as a carpet of ants several layers deep advancing at a steady pace. Insects flee before them. The ants miss nothing, investigating every crevice, every fallen leaf. And all of it happens in silence. No sound except the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of mandibles. They're blind, each one navigating by touch and scent. But together they see through chemistry, coordinate through pheromones, hunt through collective action. It's a different kind of intelligence, distributed and emergent, effective without requiring any individual to understand the whole. A mosquito's wings beat 500 to 600 times per second, creating different frequencies that males and females use to find each other. The whine of a mosquito's annoying, we can agree on that, but it's also a love song, or at least a mating signal. Male and female mosquitoes beat their wings at different frequencies, males around 600 Hz, females around 400 Hz. When they're near each other, they adjust their wing beat rates, harmonizing at a shared frequency, creating a kind of acoustic duet that signals compatibility. This happens in flight, in darkness, in a world where visual cues might be limited. The males listen with their antennae, which are covered in fine hairs that vibrate in response to sound. When they detect the right frequency, they home in on it, pursuing the female until they can mate in mid-air. It's a brief coupling, sometimes lasting only seconds, but it's enough. The female will lay hundreds of eggs, each one potentially producing another mosquito that will whine through another summer night. The frequency is so high, so fast, that it's at the edge of human hearing. Some people can't hear mosquitoes at all, the whine is above their auditory range. But most of us can, unfortunately, and evolution hasn't given us the option to tune it out. That sound you hear in your bedroom hovering near your ear, its wings moving faster than you can see, creating pressure waves that carry information for other mosquitoes, information about sex and species and readiness to mate. It's remarkable in a way that something so small can create sound we can hear, that those tiny wings can displace enough air to reach our eardrums. And it's doubly remarkable that mosquitoes use that sound to find each other, navigating by acoustic cues in a world where they're tiny and fragile and constantly at risk. But they manage, have been managing for millions of years, filling the air with their collective whine, some each one a tiny violinist playing notes we wish we couldn't hear, creating harmonies that mean something to them, even if to us they're just noise. The silk produced by silkworm caterpillars is a single thread that can be over 900 meters long. When a silkworm caterpillar is ready to pupate, it begins to produce silk. The silk comes from specialized glands in its head, extruded through a spinneret as a liquid that hardens on contact with air. The caterpillar moves its head in a figure-8 pattern, wrapping itself in layer after layer of silk, building a cocoon that will protect it during metamorphosis. And that silk, that single continuous thread, can be over 900 meters long. That's more than half a mile, longer than 9 football fields, all produced by one caterpillar, all secreted from its mouth over the course of a few days. Yeah, humans discovered thousands of years ago that you can harvest this silk. If you kill the pupa before it emerges as a moth, because the moth will break the thread when it chews its way out, you can unravel the cocoon, winding the silk onto spools, creating thread that's stronger than steel by weight, smoother than almost any synthetic fibre, naturally lustrous and beautiful. The entire silk industry is built on this, on the domesticated silkworm's compulsive need to wrap itself in hundreds of meters of its own secretions. The silkworm itself has been domesticated so long, perhaps 5,000 years, that it can no longer survive in the wild. It can't fly, even as an adult moth. It can't find food on its own. It exists only in captivity, bred and raised for silk production. Its entire life cycle controlled by humans who feed it mulberry leaves and collect its cocoons. It's a partnership, though perhaps an unequal one. We get silk, one of the most valued fibres in history. The silkworm gets to exist, to continue as a species, even if its existence is entirely dependent on our needs. There's something both beautiful and melancholy about that thread. 900 meters of silk, produced by a caterpillar that will never emerge from its cocoon, never fly, never reproduce. The thread becomes fabric, becomes clothing, becomes art. And the caterpillar becomes a footnote, a sacrifice made thousands of times per garment, each one wrapping itself in what becomes simultaneously its protection and its end. Bumblebees can fly in temperatures near freezing by shivering their flight muscles to generate warmth. Most insects are ectothermic. Their body temperature matches their environment. When it gets cold, they slow down, become sluggish, eventually stop moving entirely. But bumblebees have a trick. They can generate heat internally by vibrating their flight muscles without moving their wings, essentially shivering to warm up. This allows them to stay active in temperatures that would immobilize most other insects. You might see a bumblebee out on a cool spring morning when butterflies and other bees are still grounded waiting for the sun to warm them. The bumblebee is already working, visiting flowers, collecting pollen and nectar, its body temperature maintained at around 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, even when the air is much colder. It's burning energy fast. This internal heating is metabolically expensive, but it's worth it. Early flowers have nectar with less competition, and getting a head start on the day means more trips, more food, better support for the colony. This ability comes with trade-offs. Bumblebees need to eat more to fuel their internal heating. They can't survive long without food, which is why you sometimes see exhausted bumblebees on the ground. They've depleted their energy reserves and can't generate enough heat to keep flying. If you find one, you can help by offering a drop of sugar water. Often within minutes the bee will drink, warm up and fly away, recharged. There's something admirable about the bumblebee's refusal to wait for perfect conditions. While others sleep or wait, the bumblebee works, generating its own warmth, defying the cold through sheer metabolic determination. It's a small defiance, one that costs energy and shortens lifespan, but it works. The bumblebee thrives in temperate climates, pushes into alpine regions, operates at the edges where other insects can't, all because it learned to burn a little hotter to generate warmth in a cold world. The lifespan of an adult mayfly can be as short as 30 minutes to 1 day. There are insects that live for years like queen termites, and then there are mayflies, which emerge as adults for a single purpose, to reproduce, and complete that purpose in time frames we can barely comprehend. Some species live as adults for just 30 minutes, others might last a day, perhaps 2 if conditions are right, but that's it. Emergence, flight, mating, egg-laying, death, all compressed into hours. The mayfly's life is mostly spent as a nymph, living underwater for months or even years, molting through numerous stages, feeding and growing. But when it finally transforms into an adult and emerges from the water, the clock starts ticking. Many adult mayflies don't even have functional mouth parts. They can't eat. They survive entirely on energy stored during their aquatic phase, and when that energy runs out, they die. What's it like to have a life measured in minutes? No time for learning, for adaptation, for anything except the most basic instincts. Emerge, fly, find a mate, reproduce, die. The entire adult phase is about reproduction and nothing else. Everything else, all the feeding, all the growing, all the surviving, happened underwater in the larval stage that we rarely see. There's something almost tragic about it, or maybe that's just our human perspective imposing meaning where there isn't any. The mayfly doesn't mourn its brief existence. It doesn't wish for more time. It emerges, does what it's meant to do, and expires, having fulfilled its purpose. Maybe there's a kind of clarity in that. A life so focused that there's no room for doubt or regret, just action, completion, and the end. The mayfly's brevity isn't a curse, it's just a different strategy, one that's worked for hundreds of millions of years, one that continues to work as mayflies swarm over rivers on summer evenings, living and dying in the space between sunset and full dark. Beetles make up about 25% of all known animal species on Earth. The biologist J.B.S. Haldane was once asked what studying nature had taught him about the Creator. He supposedly replied, "An inordinate fondness for beetles." Whether the quote is accurate or apocryphal, the observation is true. Beetles are everywhere, in every habitat, filling every conceivable ecological niche. About 400,000 species have been described, representing roughly a quarter of all known animal species. Think about that diversity. 1 in 4 animal species is a beetle. If you picked a random animal from Earth's catalogue of life, you'd have a 25% chance of selecting a beetle. They range in size from tiny featherwing beetles smaller than a pinhead to massive titan beetles longer than your hand. They eat everything: plants, animals, fungi, dung, carrion, wood. They've adapted to deserts, rainforests, mountains, caves, even the edges of the Antarctic. Some are aquatic, some are parasitic, some glow in the dark, some can shoot boiling chemicals at predators. Why beetles? Why this one group out of all the possibilities achieved such extraordinary diversity? In part of it is their wing covers, the hardened forewings called elytra that fold over the body, protecting the delicate flight wings underneath. This innovation allowed beetles to squeeze into tight spaces, burrow, tunnel, live under bark and in soil without damaging their wings. It opened up new niches, new ways of living, and beetles exploited everyone. But beyond the mechanics, there's just something about the beetle body plan that works, that lends itself to variation, that can be modified and adapted and reimagined across millions of years without losing functionality. Beetles are evolution's success story. Proof that sometimes one good innovation, protected wings, can unlock entire worlds of possibility. They were here before us. They'll be here after us, crawling and flying and burrowing through every corner of the planet. The most diverse group of animals Earth has ever produced. Katydids have ears located on their front legs just below the knee joint. Hearing doesn't require ears on your head, at least not if you're a katydid. These green, leaf-like insects have their hearing organs, called tympana, on their front legs just below what we'd call the knee. Each leg has a tiny membrane that vibrates in response to sound, connected to sensory cells that transmit signals to the katydid's nervous system. Why put ears on legs? For katydids, it might be about directionality. Having ears separated by the width of the body helps triangulate the source of sound, which is important when you're trying to find a mate by listening for their calls. Male katydids sing by rubbing their wings together, producing species-specific chirps and trills. Females listen with their leg ears, pinpointing the direction of the most attractive song, then walking or flying toward it. It's strange to imagine experiencing sound through your limbs, to have your legs be listening organs. But for katydids, it works. They can detect the calls of their own species across distances of many meters, filtering out background noise and focusing on the frequencies that matter. Each step they take, their ears move with them, constantly sampling the acoustic environment, building a map of where sounds are coming from. Evolution is endlessly creative about where to place sensory organs. Eyes on stalks, ears on legs, taste receptors on feet. There's no universal template. Just solutions that work for particular lifestyles and body plans. The katydid's leg ears are one of those solutions, and strange to us but perfectly functional for them. Proof that there are many ways to solve the problem of sensing the world, and nature has tried most of them. Some species of ants enslave other ant species, raiding their nests and forcing captured workers to serve them. The natural world contains behaviors we'd rather not see, things that challenge our tendency to find nature wholesome and balanced. Slavery exists among ants. Some species, called slave-maker ants, have evolved to raid the nests of other ant species, steal pupae, and raise them as workers in their own colony. The captured ants emerge, imprint on the slave-maker colony's scent, and spend their lives serving their captors, never realizing they're working for a different species. The slave-maker ants have often lost the ability to care for themselves. Their mandibles are specialized for fighting, not for feeding larvae or excavating tunnels. They depend entirely on their slaves to maintain the colony, to feed the queen, to raise the next generation of raiders. Without slaves, the slave-maker colony would collapse. The raids are violent. Slave-maker scouts locate target nests, mark them with pheromones, then return with reinforcements. They storm in, fighting through the defending workers, seizing pupae and larvae, and carrying them back home. The defenders fight desperately, but they're often overwhelmed by the specialized combat adaptations of the slave makers, who've evolved specifically for this kind of warfare. It's disturbing to watch if you know what you're seeing, and it raises questions about morality in nature, about whether terms like slavery even apply to creatures operating purely on instinct. The slave-maker ants aren't cruel. They don't understand cruelty. They're following genetic programming refined over millions of years. The captured workers aren't aware of their situation. They're doing what workers do, caring for a colony they think is their own. But still, we recognize the pattern, see the parallels, feel uncomfortable with the dynamic. Nature isn't moral or immoral, it's amoral, indifferent to our categories of right and wrong. It finds strategies that work and perpetuates them, regardless of how they might appear to human observers. Slave-making in ants is one of those strategies, successful and stable, a reminder that evolution optimizes for survival, not for justice. The compound eyes of a dragonfly contain up to 30,000 individual lenses. Your eyes have one lens each. A dragonfly's eyes have up to 30,000, each one a separate unit capturing its own tiny piece of the visual world. Together, these lenses create a mosaic image, a composite view built from thousands of individual perspectives. The dragonfly's brain stitches them together into something coherent, something it can use to navigate, to hunt, to avoid predators. Those enormous eyes dominate the dragonfly's head, meeting at the top, providing nearly 360-degree vision. There are very few blind spots. The dragonfly can see above, below, ahead, behind, almost everywhere simultaneously. This panoramic awareness is part of what makes them such effective hunters. They can track prey while flying at speed, calculating intercept courses on the wing, adjusting mid-flight to match evasive maneuvers. Each individual lens, called an ommatidium, has its own light-gathering apparatus and photoreceptor cells. Some ommatidia are optimized for detecting movement, others for seeing detail, others for distinguishing colors. The dragonfly doesn't see the world the way you do, as a single unified image with smooth gradients and continuous motion. It sees something stranger, more fragmented perhaps, or maybe just different in ways we can't fully imagine, because we don't have the neural architecture to process 30,000 simultaneous visual inputs. What's it like to see the world through 30,000 lenses? We can describe the mechanics, map the neural pathways, measure the resolution and field of view, but the subjective experience, what the dragonfly actually perceives remains inaccessible to us. We're locked into our two eyes, our single lens design, our particular way of constructing visual reality. The dragonfly sees something else entirely, something that works beautifully for hunting insects in mid-air but remains forever alien to creatures like us, who can only imagine what such vision might be like. Cockroaches can hold their breath for up to 40 minutes and can survive underwater for 30 minutes. Breathing for a cockroach is optional, at least for extended periods. They breathe through spiracles, small holes along the sides of their body that open and close independently. When conditions are unfavourable, too much carbon dioxide in the air, or water covering the spiracles, they can simply close them and wait. For up to 40 minutes, a cockroach can survive without exchanging gases with the environment. It's not truly holding its breath in the way we would. It's just sealing off its respiratory system, relying on oxygen already dissolved in its tissues and hemolymph. This allows it to survive temporary flooding, to hide underwater when threatened, to endure conditions that would kill most other insects. Why this ability? Cockroaches evolved in environments where flooding was common, where hiding in crevices might mean temporary submersion, where adaptability meant the difference between surviving and drowning. So they developed this capacity to wait, to pause their gas exchange, to outlast the water. It's part of their larger suite of survival adaptations, the ability to eat almost anything, to go weeks without food, to survive radiation, to regrow limbs, to live without a head. Each adaptation by itself is impressive. Together, they make the cockroach one of the most resilient creatures on Earth. You can flood them, starve them, irradiate them, decapitate them, and still they persist. Not because they're indestructible, they're not, but because they're robust, redundant, capable of enduring conditions that would overwhelm more specialized creatures. There's something admirable about that tenacity, even if we generally don't admire cockroaches. They're survivors in the purest sense, optimized not for any particular environment but for persistence across many environments, for outlasting whatever challenges come. They've been doing it for over 300 million years, and they'll likely continue long after we're gone, holding their breath through whatever catastrophes the future brings. The metallic green colour of many beetles comes not from pigments, but from microscopic structures that bend light. Not all colour comes from pigments, from molecules that absorb certain wavelengths and reflect others. Sometimes colour comes from structure, from the physical architecture of surfaces at microscopic scales. Many beetles, jewel beetles, leaf beetles, ground beetles, shimmer with metallic greens, blues, purples that seem to shift as you move them, catching light at different angles and throwing it back transformed. This is structural coloration, and it works through interference and diffraction. The beetle's exoskeleton contains layers of material with specific thicknesses and spacing, arranged so that light waves reflecting off different layers interfere with each other. Some wavelengths cancel out, others reinforce, and the result is intense, pure colour that doesn't fade because there's no pigment to degrade. The colour is built into the structure itself, into the physics of how light interacts with precisely ordered materials. You can see this effect if you crush the beetle, though perhaps don't. There are other ways to observe it. The shimmering colour remains even after death, even after the beetle's been dead for centuries, because the microscopic structure persists. Museum collections have beetle specimens hundreds of years old that still gleam with the same metallic brilliance they had in life. Humans are trying to replicate these structures, to create paints and fabrics that use structural colour instead of pigments. It's difficult. The precision required is extreme, the layers measured in nanometers, the spacing critical. And beetles build these structures naturally, growing them as part of their exoskeleton development, achieving effects we struggle to reproduce with our best technology. That green shimmer on a beetle's back isn't paint. It's architecture, precise and purposeful, evolved to create specific optical effects, perhaps for species recognition, perhaps for camouflage in the dappled light of forests, perhaps for reasons we don't fully understand. But it works, has worked for millions of years, these tiny insects carrying around colour that's literally built into their structure, permanent as long as the structure holds. Stick insects can regenerate lost limbs when they molt, though the new limb is often slightly smaller. Lose a leg, grow it back. For humans, for most mammals, limb loss is permanent. But stick insects, and many other arthropods, can regenerate lost limbs, at least if they're young enough to still be molting. Each time a stick insect sheds its exoskeleton to grow, it has an opportunity to replace damaged or missing parts. The regeneration isn't perfect. The new limb is often smaller than the original, sometimes lacking the full complement of joints or sensors. If the insect undergoes another molt, the regenerated limb gets closer to normal size, but it may never fully match the original. Still, having a smaller leg is better than having no leg, and for a stick insect, whose survival depends on clinging to plants and swaying to mimic twigs, even a reduced limb provides stability. The process is gradual. When the insect loses a leg, cells at the wound site begin proliferating, forming a structure called a regeneration blastema. This mass of cells gradually organizes itself, differentiating into muscle, nerve, cuticle, all the components of a functional limb. By the next molt, there's a recognizable leg there, smaller than it should be, but functional. It's a form of resilience we've mostly lost as we evolve toward larger, more complex bodies. Arthropods retain this developmental plasticity, this ability to rebuild parts during their molting process. Each molt is a reset opportunity, a chance to fix damage, to grow, to replace what was lost. It's not unlimited. Eventually the insect stops molting, becomes adult, and loses this regenerative capacity. But during the growth phase, they have this remarkable ability to bounce back from injuries that would be permanently disabling for us. And there's something hopeful in that. The idea that some creatures get second chances built into their life cycle, that damage doesn't have to be permanent, that growth periods can also be healing periods. The stick insect sways on its branch, one leg shorter than the others perhaps, but still there, still functional, regenerated during a night when the old skin split and the new body emerged. A honeybee colony must fly the equivalent of 3 times around Earth to make 1 pound of honey. Honey is concentrated flower visits, each tiny contribution, a bee visiting a flower, sipping nectar, storing it in a honey stomach, flying back to the hive, passing it to another worker who processes it, evaporates it, adds enzymes, caps it in a cell. Each tiny contribution adds up to something remarkable, but the scale required is staggering. To make 1 pound of honey, a colony must visit approximately 2 million flowers. The bees must fly a combined distance of roughly 55,000 miles, more than twice around Earth's equator. That's thousands of individual bees making thousands of trips each, covering miles every day, visiting flowers, communicating through dances, coordinating their efforts across weeks or months. And what do you get? 1 pound of honey, a substance that's mostly sugar and water, concentrated and preserved, stored for the winter when flowers don't bloom and nectar isn't available. The honey isn't made for you. It's made for the hive, insurance against starvation, the colony's savings account converted into edible form. When you spread honey on toast, you're consuming the labor of thousands of bees and millions of flower visits. You're eating condensed summer, preserved sunlight, energy captured by plants and concentrated by insects into this sweet, golden substance that doesn't spoil, that can last for years if stored properly, that archaeologists have found in Egyptian tombs still edible after millennia. There's something humbling about understanding the effort behind honey. It's not just a product, not just a commodity. It's the concentrated work of a superorganism, the output of countless individual bees, each doing their small part, unaware that they're contributing to something larger, something that will sustain the colony through the dark months, or feed a curious human who probably doesn't think much about the 55,000 miles of flight required to fill that jar. Some species of crickets have been observed to change their courtship songs in response to city noise. While evolution happens on timescales we usually can't observe, it takes thousands of generations, millions of years to see significant change, except when it doesn't. Some changes happen faster, especially when the selective pressure is strong and immediate. Urban noise is one of those pressures. Male crickets sing to attract females, producing species-specific songs by rubbing their wings together. But in cities, the low-frequency traffic noise masks the lower notes of their songs. Females can't hear them clearly, which means males who sing in the traditional way don't get to mate. So within just a few generations, some studies suggest as few as 20, cricket populations in noisy urban areas have shifted their song structure. They're singing at higher frequencies, emphasizing the notes that cut through traffic noise. They've changed the rhythm, the pattern, the entire acoustic structure of their courtship display. It's not conscious. The crickets aren't deciding to sing differently. It's selection. Males whose song happened to be better suited to noisy environments had more reproductive success, passing on whatever genetic variations contribute to their altered song. Over generations, the population shifts. This is evolution in real time, adaptation to human-altered environments happening fast enough that we can watch it unfold. It's happening in cities all over the world. Crickets adjusting their songs, birds singing at higher pitches, frogs calling at different times to avoid traffic peaks. The soundscape of cities is shaping the evolution of urban wildlife, selecting for acoustic traits that work in noise. It's a reminder that evolution never stops, that species are constantly tracking their changing environments, that adaptation is an ongoing process, not something that happened only in the distant past. The cricket singing outside your window tonight might be singing a different song than its ancestors sang a century ago, updated for a world of traffic and construction, modified by the relentless pressure to be heard, to find a mate, to pass on genes in an environment that's louder than anything its species evolved in. The jewel wasp can turn a cockroach into a zombie by injecting venom directly into its brain. This is the stuff of nightmares, or at least it would be if you were a cockroach. The jewel wasp hunts cockroaches, but not to eat them, to use them as living food storage for its larvae. The process is horrifyingly precise. First, the wasp stings the cockroach in its thorax, delivering venom that temporarily paralyzes the front legs. Then, While the cockroach is disabled, the wasp positions itself carefully and stings again, this time directly into the cockroach's brain, into specific clusters of neurons that control escape behavior. The venom doesn't kill the cockroach. It doesn't even fully paralyze it. Instead, it disrupts the cockroach's motivation, its will to escape. The cockroach can still walk, can still respond to stimuli, but it no longer tries to flee. The wasp then grabs one of the cockroach's antennae and leads it like a dog on a leash to her burrow. The cockroach follows docilely, walking under its own power to what will become its tomb. Once inside, the wasp lays a single egg on the cockroach's abdomen, then seals the burrow and leaves. The egg hatches. The larva burrows into the still-living cockroach and begins eating it from the inside, carefully avoiding vital organs at first, to keep the cockroach alive as long as possible. The cockroach remains in the burrow, a living food source, essentially brain damaged into compliance, unable to escape or resist. Eventually, after the larva has consumed enough, the cockroach dies and the larva pupates inside the empty shell. It's a parasitic strategy so specific, so finely tuned, that it seems designed. Except it wasn't designed, it evolved. The wasp's venom targets specific neurons because ancestors whose venom happened to work that way had better reproductive success. Over millions of years, the venom cocktail was refined, the stinging behavior optimized until you get this: precision brain surgery performed by an insect, turning another insect into a zombie servant. Nature is creative, and sometimes its creativity produces scenarios that seem too elaborate, too specific, too nightmarish to be real. But they are real, playing out in gardens and homes wherever jewel wasps and cockroaches coexist. Antarctic midges are the largest land animals that permanently live in Antarctica, surviving winter frozen solid. Antarctica is hostile to life. Temperatures plunge far below freezing, wind scours the landscape, and ice covers nearly everything. Very few organisms can survive year-round on the continent itself. But there's one insect that calls Antarctica home permanently: the Antarctic midge, a tiny fly about 3 to 6 millimeters long. These midges have given up on many things other insects take for granted. They don't fly. They've lost their wings over evolutionary time, a modification that reduces heat loss and prevents them from being blown away by Antarctic winds. They live in simple habitats, rocky areas near the coast where algae and microorganisms provide food, and they've mastered cold tolerance in a way few other creatures have. When winter comes and temperatures drop to -15 degrees Celsius or lower, the midges freeze. Ice crystals form in their bodies, between their cells, in their hemolymph. They become solid, brittle, essentially dead by most definitions. But they're not dead. They're in suspended animation, their cellular processes paused, their molecules locked in place by ice. And when spring returns and temperatures rise above freezing, they thaw. Their metabolism restarts. They begin moving again, feeding, growing, eventually reproducing. This freeze tolerance is extraordinary. Most organisms die when ice forms inside them because the crystals damage cell membranes and disrupt cellular structures. But Antarctic midges produce antifreeze proteins and other cryoprotectants that manage ice formation, directing it to safe locations, preventing catastrophic damage. They've evolved to survive something that would kill almost anything else. They're the champions of a frozen continent, the largest permanent land residents of Antarctica. Tiny flies that have adapted to one of Earth's harshest environments by surrendering flight and embracing ice. They're proof that life can persist anywhere, given time to adapt, given enough selective pressure to winnow out every organism that isn't perfectly suited. The Antarctic midge is what's left after millions of years of that pressure, small and flightless, freeze-tolerant, and utterly committed to a place most creatures couldn't survive for a day. Termite mounds can reach over 30 feet tall and contain millions of individuals in a structure with built-in ventilation. Walk through certain parts of Africa or Australia and you'll see them. Towers rising from the earth, sometimes taller than a 2-story building, constructed entirely by insects. Termite mounds are architectural marvels, built without blueprints, without architects, without any individual termite understanding the structure as a whole. The mounds are more than just homes, they're climate control systems. Inside, the temperature and humidity must be precisely regulated to keep the fungus gardens healthy and the colony thriving. The termites achieve this through a system of tunnels and chambers that creates natural convection. Warm air rises through central chimneys, drawing cool air in through vents near the base. Some mounds even have external ridges that catch wind and enhance ventilation. Engineers study these mounds, trying to understand the principles that allow passive cooling in a structure built by insects. The termites don't know they're implementing principles of thermodynamics and fluid dynamics. They're following simple rules. If it's too hot here, dig a tunnel this way. If the carbon dioxide concentration is too high, create an opening there. Each termite makes local decisions based on local conditions, and collectively, these decisions produce a structure that regulates temperature within a few degrees, maintains humidity at optimal levels, and houses millions of individuals. The mound might persist for decades, continuously maintained and modified by successive generations of workers. It grows taller, spreads wider, develops new chambers and galleries as the colony expands. And through it all, there's no master plan, no construction manager, just millions of termites following chemical signals and responding to their immediate environment, building something that, from the outside, looks deliberately designed. It's emergent architecture, complexity arising from simplicity, proof that intelligence isn't always located in individual brains, but can be distributed across systems, emerging from the interaction of many simple parts following simple rules. The termite mound stands as a monument to that distributed intelligence, a cathedral built by instinct, beautiful and functional and entirely unintentional. The proboscis of some hawk moths can be longer than their entire body, reaching deep into tubular flowers. There are flowers with nectar hidden at the bottom of tubes so long that most insects can't reach it. And there are hawk moths with tongues, technically called a proboscis, that can extend longer than their entire body to reach that nectar. It's an evolutionary arms race that's produced some of the most extreme structures in the insect world. Consider the Madagascar orchid, which has nectar spurs that can extend 30 centimeters or more. When Charles Darwin first saw this flower, he predicted that there must exist a moth with a proboscis long enough to reach the nectar, even though no such moth was known at the time. People thought he was wrong, that it was impossible. But Darwin understood coevolution, the way plants and pollinators shape each other over millions of years, and eventually the moth was discovered, a hawk moth with a proboscis over a foot long, exactly as Darwin had predicted. The moth keeps this absurdly long tongue coiled up like a watch spring when not in use. When it feeds, it unfurls it, inserting it deep into the flower's tube, sipping nectar from depths no other pollinator can reach. In exchange, the moth carries pollen from flower to flower, providing a pollination service that these specialized orchids depend on. It's a relationship of mutual dependency and mutual escalation. Flowers with longer tubes are more likely to be pollinated by moths with longer proboscises, which means their genes spread. Moths with longer proboscises can access flowers other moths can't, either giving them exclusive access to food sources. So the flowers get longer and the proboscises get longer, each pushing the other toward extremes that seem absurd until you understand the selective pressures at work. The hawk moth's proboscis is a triumph of specialization, a structure so specific to its function that it's almost comical in its exaggeration. But it works, has worked for millions of years, connecting moth and flower in a partnership neither can escape, each one locked in an evolutionary dance with the other, spiraling toward increasingly extreme adaptations because the alternative is extinction. Certain species of aphids are born pregnant, containing developing embryos inside embryos, 3 generations at once. Time is a resource, and aphids have found a way to compress reproduction to an almost absurd degree. During spring and summer, when food is abundant and conditions are favourable, female aphids don't mate, they don't lay eggs. Instead, they give birth to live female offspring, clones of themselves, genetically identical daughters. And here's where it gets strange. Those daughters are already pregnant when they're born. Inside a mother aphid, you can find developing embryos. Inside those embryos, you can find the beginnings of another generation of embryos, 3 generations existing simultaneously, nested like Russian dolls, grandmother containing mother containing daughter, all before any of them have even been born. It's called telescoping generations, and it allows aphids to reproduce at extraordinary speed. Why this strategy? Aphids feed on plant sap, and the spring flush of new plant growth provides abundant food, but only for a limited time. The aphids that can reproduce fastest during this window will produce the most offspring, will dominate the population. So they've eliminated everything that slows reproduction down. Mating, finding partners, laying eggs that must develop from scratch. They just give birth to daughters who are already developing their own daughters, compressing what would normally take generations into weeks. Later in the season, when conditions deteriorate or food becomes scarce, the aphids switch strategies. They produce males and sexual females mate and lay eggs that can survive winter. But during the good times, it's all about speed, about filling every available plant with as many aphids as possible before the window closes. It's a strange kind of existence, being born already pregnant, carrying your own daughter who carries a daughter, 3 generations of potential compressed into one body. But it works extraordinarily well for aphids, allowing them to explode from small populations to infestations in remarkably short time. For the plants they feed on, it's a problem. For the aphids, it's a solution refined over millions of years to exploit temporary abundance with maximum efficiency. The hornet's nest paper is made from chewed wood fibers, making them the original paper makers. Long before humans invented paper, wasps and hornets were making it. They chew wood fibers from dead trees, fence posts, cardboard, any source of cellulose they can find. They mix it with saliva, break it down into a pulp, and use that pulp to build their nests, spreading it thin to create paper sheets that dry into a light, strong material. The process is remarkably similar to human paper making. Both start with cellulose fibers, both break them down and reconstitute them into sheets, both produce a material that's stronger than you'd expect from something so light. The wasps were doing it millions of years before we figured it out. building nests with multiple layers of paper separated by air gaps, natural insulation that helps regulate temperature inside the nest. Each paper layer has visible texture, striations where individual wasps added their contribution, subtle colour variations from different wood sources. If you look closely at an abandoned hornet's nest, you can see the craftsmanship, the careful construction, each layer built on the previous one, each generation of workers adding to the structure their predecessors started. The invention of paper by wasps might have even inspired human paper making. There are historical accounts of scientists observing wasps, watching them chew wood and construct their nests, and wondering if the same process could be scaled up. Whether that's true or apocryphal, the parallel is striking. We and the wasps arrived at the same solution independently, both recognizing that cellulose fibers can be transformed into a useful material. The hornet's nest hanging in a tree is a papier-mâché sculpture, an engineering project, a climate-controlled nursery, all made from wood pulp and spit. It's temporary. Most nests last a single season before being abandoned. But while it exists, it's home to thousands of individuals, near all working together to maintain and expand this paper palace, unaware that they're practicing a craft humans wouldn't master for millions of years. Some parasitic wasps can smell the difference between caterpillars that are already parasitized and those that are available. Efficiency matters in nature. A parasitic wasp searching for a host to lay her eggs in doesn't want to waste time and eggs on a caterpillar that's already been parasitized. The caterpillar might look healthy from the outside, but if wasp larvae are already developing inside it, there might not be enough resources for another clutch of eggs. So some wasps have evolved the ability to detect whether a caterpillar is already occupied. They do this through smell, detecting chemical signals given off by the larvae already developing inside the host. These chemicals might be metabolic byproducts, or they might be signals the larvae actively emit to warn off other wasps. Either way, the searching wasp can detect them, can distinguish between a caterpillar that's fresh and available and one that's already serving as a food source for competitors. This chemical communication happens at levels we can't perceive without instruments. The wasp lands on a caterpillar, taps it with her antennae, perhaps inserts her ovipositor just slightly to sample the internal environment. Within seconds she's made a decision, lay eggs here or move on. If she detects the wrong chemicals, she flies away, searching for an unoccupied host. It's a form of resource assessment, quality control at the molecular level. The wasp is optimizing her reproductive investment, ensuring her offspring will have the best chance of survival by avoiding already occupied hosts. And it all happens through chemistry, through molecules floating in the air or dissolved in the caterpillar's hemolymph, carrying information about presence and occupation, about whether this particular caterpillar is a good bet or a waste of time. Nature is full of these hidden channels of communication, chemical signals passing between organisms, carrying information we can't detect, but that shapes behavior, influences decisions, determines who reproduces and who doesn't. The parasitic wasp navigates this chemical landscape with senses we lack, making choices based on scents we can't smell, participating in competitions we can't see. Locusts undergo a dramatic transformation from solitary to swarming behavior when they get too crowded. There are grasshoppers that live alone, scattered across the landscape, avoiding each other, living quiet, solitary lives. And there are locusts, massive swarms that darken the sky, consuming crops, devastating agriculture, moving like living storms across continents. Here's the strange thing. They're often the same species. The difference is density. When grasshoppers are spread out, when food is abundant and the population is low, they remain in what's called the solitary phase. They're green or brown, camouflaged, shy, avoiding contact with others of their kind. But when conditions change, when drought concentrates them around scarce food sources, when their population grows and space becomes limited, something triggers. The grasshoppers begin touching each other more frequently, bumping into each other as they move and feed. That touch, that physical contact with other grasshoppers, initiates a cascade of hormonal and neurological changes. Over the course of hours or days, the grasshopper transforms. Its colour changes, often to yellow and black, warning colours. Its behaviour changes. It becomes gregarious, actively seeking out other grasshoppers instead of avoiding them. Even its body shape changes. Longer wings, different proportions, optimized for long-distance flight rather than camouflage and hiding. This is the gregarious phase, and when enough grasshoppers transform simultaneously, they form swarms. Swarms that can contain billions of individuals, that can cover hundreds of square miles, that move in coordinated masses and consume their own weight in vegetation every day. The transformation is called phase polyphonism, and it's one of the most dramatic behavioral shifts in the insect world. What causes it? Serotonin, the same neurotransmitter that affects mood in humans. When grasshoppers are touched repeatedly, their serotonin levels spike, triggering the transformation from solitary to gregarious. It's a chemical switch, flipped by density, that turns shy individuals into swarm members, turning what were harmless grasshoppers into one of agriculture's most destructive pests. And it can happen in reverse. Swarm members isolated from the group will gradually shift back to solitary phase, returning to camouflage and solitude once the density drops. The walking stick insect holds the record for the longest insect, with one specimen measuring over 2 feet long. In 2016, researchers in China discovered a walking stick insect that, with its legs extended, measured over 2 feet long, about 64 centimeters. It's the longest insect ever recorded, a creature so elongated that it barely seems real, more like a living twig that's been stretched beyond all reasonable proportion. Walking sticks survive through camouflage, resembling the twigs and branches they live on so closely that predators simply don't register them as food. But there are limits to this strategy. Get too large, and you become conspicuous no matter how twig-like you are. These enormous walking sticks exist in environments with limited predation, where growing large provides benefits. Perhaps access to food, perhaps better reproductive success, without the usual costs of being obvious prey. Imagine encountering one in the wild if you even could. You'd probably walk past it, assuming it was a stick, a piece of dead wood. Only if it moved would you realize what you were looking at. An insect so long it could span your entire arm, so thin it seemed structurally impossible, swaying slightly in the breeze in perfect imitation of an actual twig moved by wind. The longest insects push against physical constraints. Their respiratory system, which delivers oxygen through passive diffusion rather than active breathing, limits how large they can grow. Their exoskeleton, which must support their body without the internal skeleton vertebrates' use, becomes heavier and more cumbersome at larger sizes. But within these constraints, some insects maximize length, becoming impossibly elongated, living threads that blur the line between animal and plant. between motion and stillness. The record-holding walking stick is a curiosity, an outlier, proof that evolution occasionally pushes traits to extremes for reasons that aren't always clear. Maybe being longer helps somehow. Maybe it's just neutral, an accident of genetics that doesn't harm survival enough to be selected against. Or maybe, in the dense forests where these insects live, being impossibly long is actually advantageous, helping them bridge gaps between branches, reach food sources, or simply avoid detection by being too strange to register as anything alive. Firefly larvae glow underground to warn predators they taste terrible, a signal that continues throughout their lives. You probably know fireflies as flying beetles that flash in summer evenings, males and females signalling to each other in species-specific patterns. But fireflies glow before they can fly, before they're even adults. The larvae, which live on the ground or just beneath the soil surface, also produce light, not for mating but as a warning. Firefly larvae are predators, hunting snails and slugs, injecting them with digestive enzymes and consuming the liquefied tissue. They're also toxic, filled with defensive chemicals that make them taste terrible and can cause harm to predators foolish enough to eat them. The glow is a warning signal. I'm here, I'm visible, and I'm not worth eating. It's called a posematism, the use of bright colours or lights to advertise unpalatability. This warning persists through metamorphosis. The adult fireflies retain the defensive chemicals, and their glow, while primarily used for courtship, also serves as a reminder to predators. We still taste terrible. We're still not worth the trouble. Bats, birds, and other predators learn to avoid them, associating the light with bad taste and potential illness. What's remarkable is that the glow uses the same chemistry throughout the firefly's life, larvae, pupae, adults, all producing light through the same luciferin-luciferase reaction, but they use it for different purposes. The larvae use it purely for defense, a constant glow that warns predators away. The adults modulate it, creating flashes and patterns for communication, while retaining the defensive function as a secondary benefit. It's multifunctional signaling, one adaptation serving multiple purposes across different life stages. The bioluminescence evolved most likely for defense, to warn predators that fireflies are toxic prey. But once the ability to glow existed, it could be co-opted for other uses, modified and refined for courtship displays that would eventually become the firefly's most famous feature. Evolution builds on what's already there, repurposing existing structures and abilities for new functions, layering complexity onto simple beginnings. Some assassin bugs wear the corpses of their prey as camouflage, stacking ant bodies on their backs. There are hunters, and then there are hunters that wear their victims. Some species of assassin bug, particularly those that specialize in hunting ants, have evolved a gruesome form of camouflage. After killing an ant, the bug doesn't just eat it. It stacks the dried carcass on its back, using sticky secretions or specialized hairs to hold it in place. Over time, a successful bug accumulates a pile of dead ants, sometimes dozens of them, creating a grotesque armor of corpses. Why? Because ants hunt by chemical signals and visual recognition, and a bug covered in ant bodies smells like ants, looks like a pile of dead ants, and doesn't register as a threat. The assassin bug can walk into ant colonies, can hunt in the middle of ant trails, and the ants don't recognize it as a predator. It's camouflage not against the background environment, but against the prey itself, wearing the dead as a disguise that lets it kill more. Research has shown that bugs with ant corpses on their backs survive encounters with other ants much better than bugs without this macabre decoration. The corpses provide actual protection, confusing ant defenses, buying the assassin bug time to escape or to strike again. It's functional, not just creepy, but it is creepy, undeniably so. There's something disturbing about an insect that decorates itself with the bodies of its victims, that transforms murder into armor, that turns its prey into protection. It violates our sense of what's acceptable, what's natural, even though it's entirely natural, entirely the product of evolution optimizing for survival. The assassin bug doesn't understand the horror of what it's doing. It's following instinct, using available resources to increase its chances of survival and reproduction. The fact that those resources happen to be corpses is irrelevant from a biological perspective. But from our perspective, looking in from the outside, it's a reminder that nature is immoral, that it finds solutions without regard for aesthetics or propriety, that survival strategies can be beautiful or horrifying or both at once. The migration of monarch butterflies is so precise that they return to the same trees in Mexico year after year. Every autumn, monarch butterflies in North America begin a journey that seems impossible. They fly south, sometimes thousands of miles, navigating toward a specific region in central Mexico, the Oyamel fir forests in the mountains west of Mexico City. And they don't just reach the general area, they find specific groves, sometimes specific trees, the same ones their ancestors used. Here's what makes this extraordinary. The butterflies making the journey have never been to Mexico. They're the great-great-grandchildren of the butterflies that overwintered there the previous year. Multiple short-lived generations lived and died during the summer, moving gradually northward. But the autumn generation, the migrating generation, lives longer, up to 8 months instead of a few weeks, and it has an urge to fly south encoded in its genes. How do they navigate? They use the sun's position, compensating for its movement across the sky with an internal clock. They possibly use the Earth's magnetic field, detecting it through magnetite crystals or light-sensitive proteins in their antennae. They may use visual landmarks once they get close, but the full mechanism isn't entirely understood. We know they navigate successfully, but we don't know all the details of how. When they arrive in Mexico, they cluster in the Oyamel firs by the thousands, sometimes millions, covering branches so thickly that the trees look orange instead of green. They overwinter there, semi-dormant, conserving energy, waiting for spring. Then they mate, fly north, and begin laying eggs. Those eggs will hatch into the first generation of the next cycle, starting the whole process over. It's a migration passed down not through learning but through genetics, a map written in DNA, instructions that say, fly this direction at this time of year until you reach mountains, forests, trees. The monarchs follow those instructions, trusting navigation systems they don't understand, arriving at destinations they've never seen, participating in a cycle that's larger than any individual butterfly, that persists across generations, that connects the entire North American continent in a pattern of movement beautiful and mysterious, and still not fully explained. Fleas can accelerate faster than a space shuttle during takeoff, experiencing over 100 Gs of force. When a flea jumps, it doesn't just jump, it explodes into the air. The acceleration is so rapid, so intense, that it experiences forces exceeding 100 times Earth's gravity. To put that in perspective, Astronauts during a space shuttle launch experience about 3 Gs. Fighter pilots pulling hard turns might experience 9 Gs before blacking out. A flea, launching itself from your carpet toward your ankle, experiences forces more than 10 times higher, and it does so without any apparent harm. How? The flea's body is structured to handle these forces. Its exoskeleton is strong and rigid, distributing stress across its structure rather than concentrating it. Its internal organs are secured in place, unable to shift or slosh during acceleration. And the jump itself is powered not by muscles contracting quickly. Muscles simply can't contract fast enough to generate these accelerations, but by a spring mechanism. The flea compresses a pad of resilin, an incredibly elastic protein, using its muscles over a period of seconds. When the spring is fully compressed, a latch mechanism holds it in place. Then, when the flea releases the latch, all that stored energy releases in less than a millisecond, launching the flea into a ballistic trajectory at speeds exceeding 4 feet per second. During that launch, the flea experiences forces that would liquefy most organisms. But for the flea, it's routine. Something it does dozens of times a day without thinking, without preparation, without consequences. It lands, compresses its spring again, and jumps over and over, crossing distances that are enormous relative to its size, launching itself at accelerations that exceed anything humans have engineered, all in pursuit of a blood meal or an escape from danger. The flea is a tiny example of biological engineering pushed to extremes, proof that evolution can produce structures capable of withstanding forces we'd consider catastrophic. Every jump is a controlled explosion, every landing a crash that would destroy a less robust creature. But the flea endures, jumps again, continues its life of extraordinary accelerations made ordinary through millions of years of refinement. Some species of ants have learned to farm. They cultivate fungus, weed their gardens, and use pesticides against pests. Humans invented agriculture roughly 10,000 years ago, and we often consider it one of our defining achievements. But leafcutter ants have been farming for about 50 million years, and their agricultural systems are in some ways more sophisticated than ours. These ants don't eat leaves. They use leaves to grow fungus in underground gardens. Workers cut leaves, carry them back to the colony, chew them into mulch, and use that mulch as substrate for their fungal crops. The fungus grows, producing specialized structures called gongylidea that the ants harvest and eat. It's a complete agricultural system. The ants provide substrate and care. The fungus provides food. But it's more complex than just growing crops. The ants weed their gardens, removing competing fungi and bacteria that might contaminate their crops. They've evolved specialized behaviors for this. Workers patrol the gardens, detecting and removing anything that doesn't belong. They also use pesticides, though not chemical ones they synthesize. Instead, they cultivate bacteria on their bodies, bacteria that produce antibiotics effective against specific fungal parasites that threaten their crops. This is integrated pest management, crop cultivation, selective breeding, all practiced by ants with brains smaller than a pinhead, all coordinated through simple rules that individual workers follow without understanding the larger system. No ant knows she's farming. She just knows. Cut this leaf, chew it this way, place it here, remove this contaminant. But collectively the colony operates a farm. The fungus, meanwhile, has been domesticated so long that it can no longer reproduce sexually or spread on its own. It exists only in ant colonies, passed from generation to generation as new queens take a starter culture with them when they leave to found new colonies. Ant and fungus are locked in obligate symbiosis, each dependent on the other, neither able to survive independently. Its agriculture more ancient and arguably more sustainable than anything humans have achieved. The ants have been farming continuously for tens of millions of years, without depleting their soil, without collapse, without the boom-bust cycles that plague human agriculture. Maybe there's something to learn there, some principle of sustainability embedded in the simple rules the ants follow, some wisdom in doing things gradually, collectively, without anyone needing to understand the whole system. The compound eyes of mantis shrimp can see 12 primary colours compared to our 3, plus polarised and ultraviolet light. We see the world in 3 primary colours: red, green, and blue. Our eyes have 3 types as colour receptors, and our brains combine their signals to create the full spectrum of colour we experience. It feels complete, sufficient, like we're seeing everything there is to see. But we're not. We're seeing a thin slice of what's possible. Mantis shrimp have 12 to 16 types of colour receptors, depending on the species. 12 primary colours, not 3. They can see ultraviolet light, which is invisible to us. They can see polarised light, detecting the orientation of light waves, something we can only perceive with special filters. Their visual world is so far beyond ours that we literally cannot imagine it. We don't have the neural architecture, the conceptual framework, has us to understand what 12 primary colours would look like. And here's something strange. Despite having all these colour receptors, mantis shrimp aren't necessarily better at discriminating between similar colours than we are. They might not be mixing colours the way we do, creating smooth gradients and subtle variations. Instead, they might be processing colour differently, perhaps using their many receptor types for rapid colour recognition, without the processing overhead of comparing and combining signals. We don't fully understand it yet. What's it like to see polarization patterns invisible to other eyes, to perceive colours that have no name in human language, to experience light in dimensions we've never accessed? We can measure the mantis shrimp's capabilities, map their photoreceptors, study their neural pathways. But their subjective experience remains inaccessible, a reminder that consciousness comes in many forms, that perception is shaped by biology, that there are ways of experiencing reality that are forever closed to us simply because we lack the hardware. The mantis shrimp looks at the same reef we might dive past, the same corals and fish and water, but it sees something completely different. Not better or worse, just different. A visual universe richer in dimensions than anything we can perceive, processed by a brain we barely understand, creating an experience we can only wonder about. Fruit flies have contributed to 6 Nobel Prizes in physiology or medicine due to their use in genetic research. They're tiny, annoying, often found hovering around overripe fruit in your kitchen. But fruit flies, Drosophila melanogaster, have contributed more to our understanding of genetics and development than almost any other organism. 6 Nobel Prizes in physiology or medicine have been awarded for research conducted primarily on fruit flies. Why fruit flies? They breed quickly, a new generation every 2 weeks. They're small and cheap to maintain. You can keep thousands in a laboratory. They have only 4 pairs of chromosomes, making genetic analysis simpler. And despite being separated from us by over 500 million years of evolution, they share a surprising amount of genetic machinery with humans. Genes that control development in flies often have counterparts in humans, doing similar jobs. Thomas Hunt Morgan used fruit flies to prove that genes are carried on chromosomes, establishing the chromosomal theory of inheritance. Later researchers discovered how genes control embryonic development, creating the body plan that determines head from tail, front from back. Others uncovered the molecular mechanisms of circadian rhythms, the biological clocks that govern sleep and wakefulness in organisms from flies to humans. The discoveries keep coming. Fruit flies have taught us about cancer, about aging, about learning and memory, about how genes are turned on and off during development, about how mutations cause disease. They've been to space, testing the effects of microgravity and radiation. They've been instrumental in understanding fundamental processes that operate in all animals, including us. Those little flies buzzing around your fruit bowl are close relatives of organisms that revolutionized biology, that unlocked secrets of heredity that apply across the entire animal kingdom. They're living laboratories, carrying genetic information we share, experiencing processes fundamentally similar to our own, despite being separated by hundreds of millions of years. The humble fruit fly, nuisance in the kitchen, hero in the laboratory, contributor to knowledge that has saved countless human lives and advanced our understanding of what it means to be a living, developing, aging organism. The strongest insect is the rhinoceros beetle, which can lift 850 times its own body weight. Strength is relative. A rhinoceros beetle weighs perhaps 30 grams, about as much as a handful of coins. But that small body can lift 850 times its own weight, roughly 25 kilograms, or 55 pounds. If you could scale that proportionally to human size, and you'd be able to lift 65 tons, the equivalent of about 6 full-sized elephants, or 11 adult hippopotamuses, or a small commercial airplane. The beetle achieves this through body plan, not magic. Its strength comes from physics. As animals get smaller, their strength-to-weight ratio increases because muscle force depends on cross-sectional area, which scales with the square of size, while body weight depends on volume, which scales with the cube of size. So small animals are proportionally stronger than large ones, able to lift many times their own weight, while large animals struggle to lift even their own body weight efficiently. But even accounting for physics, the rhinoceros beetle is exceptional. It uses that strength for combat. Males fight over females, using the horn on their head as a lever to pry rivals off branches, some flipping them into the air. The stronger male wins access to mates, passes on his genes, ensuring that strength is selected for generation after generation. Watch 2 male rhinoceros beetles fighting, and you're watching a contest of pure force, strength against strength, each one trying to get leverage, to position their horn under their opponent to lift and throw. They lock together, straining, pushing, and then suddenly one is airborne, flipped off the branch, tumbling down while the winner claims his prize. That strength, concentrated in a body small enough to fit in your palm, is a reminder that power comes in many forms, that the largest animals aren't always the strongest relative to their size, that evolution can pack extraordinary capabilities into small packages. The rhinoceros beetle proves it every time it lifts something that would crush a similarly sized vertebrate, carrying weights that seem impossible, strong beyond any reasonable expectation. Bee colonies make collective decisions through a democratic process where scouts vote by dancing. When a bee colony needs to find a new home, when the hive has grown too large and must split, with part of the colony leaving with a new queen, it faces a decision. Where should they go? There might be dozens of potential sites, hollow trees, gaps in walls, abandoned structures. How do 10,000 bees with no central authority, no leader, choose among these options? They vote, not with ballots, but with dances. Scout bees fly out searching for potential nest sites. When a scout finds a promising location, she returns to the swarm and performs a waggle dance. The same dance used to communicate flower locations, but now encoding the direction and distance to a potential home. The dance's duration and enthusiasm indicate the quality of the site. Better sites get longer, more vigorous dances. Other scouts watch these dances, visit the advertised sites themselves, and if they agree that the site is good, they also dance for it. Over hours or days, more and more scouts converge on the best options, their dances reinforcing each other. Eventually, one site accumulates enough dancing scouts, a quorum, and the decision is made. The entire swarm flies to that location, guided by the scouts who know the way. It's democratic in a real sense. No single bee decides. The scouts collectively assess options, advertise their findings, and through the accumulation of dances the colony reaches consensus. Better sites naturally attract more enthusiasm, more dancing, more recruits, creating a positive feedback loop that leads to the best option winning. And it works remarkably well. Bee swarms consistently choose excellent nest sites, somehow avoiding the pitfalls of group decision-making that plague human organizations. They don't get stuck in indecision. They don't split into factions. They reach consensus and act on it, all through a process of distributed assessment and signaling. Thousands of individuals participating in a decision none of them makes alone. Perhaps there's wisdom in this decentralized approach, in letting those with direct knowledge make their case, in allowing quality to emerge from many independent assessments rather than from central authority. The bees have been doing it for millions of years, and it works beautifully. Some moths have evolved scales on their wings that absorb bat sonar, making them acoustically invisible. The night is not silent. It's filled with ultrasonic clicks, bats echolocating, sending out sound waves and listening for echoes that reveal the location, size, and movement of prey. For night-flying moths, this is a constant threat, a surveillance system they can't escape. But some moths have developed countermeasures, and one of the most sophisticated is acoustic camouflage. Certain moths have evolved scales on their wings and body that are specifically structured to absorb ultrasonic frequencies. These aren't ordinary scales, they're modified, with different thickness, different spacing, different acoustic properties than typical moth scales. When a bat's sonar pulse hits these scales, instead of bouncing back as a clear echo, the sound is absorbed, scattered, dampened. The moth doesn't disappear completely. Nothing can make you truly invisible to sonar, but the echo that returns to the bat is much weaker than it should be. From the bat's perspective, the moth appears smaller, farther away, harder to track. This buys the moth time, creates uncertainty in the bat's targeting, sometimes enough to allow the moth to escape. It's an arms race playing out at frequencies we cannot hear, in darkness where we cannot see. Bats evolve more sensitive echolocation, moths evolve better sound absorption. Bats evolve different call frequencies, moths evolve broader spectrum absorption. Neither side can win permanently because any advantage leads to counter-adaptation in the other species. The result is moths wearing acoustic camouflage, their wings coated in materials that swallow sound, making them ghostly and elusive to the very sense bats rely on most. It's stealth technology, evolved long before humans invented the concept, refined through millions of years of predator-prey interactions into something startlingly effective. When a bat hunts a moth in the night, it's not just a simple chase. It's a contest of detection and evasion, sonar and counter-sonar, each species bringing weapons refined by endless evolutionary conflict. And we can't witness most of it, can't hear the clicks, can't see the flight paths, can't perceive the acoustic landscape they're navigating. We can only infer it from studying the adaptations themselves, these scales that absorb sound, proof of an invisible war. The Australian bulldog ant has the most complex venom of any insect. Containing dozens of unique proteins, venom is chemistry weaponized. Most venoms are cocktails, mixtures of proteins and peptides, each component serving a purpose. Some cause pain, some disrupt nerve signals, some break down tissue, some prevent blood clotting. The complexity varies, but generally even complex venoms contain a dozen or two active components. The Australian bulldog ant's venom is different. It contains dozens of unique proteins, one of the most complex venom profiles of any insect. Scientists are still cataloguing all the components, still trying to understand what each one does. Some cause immediate, intense pain. Others trigger allergic responses. Bulldog ant stings are one of the most common causes of insect sting-induced anaphylaxis in Australia. Still others have effects we haven't fully characterized. Why such complexity? Each component might target different aspects of defense. Pain compounds ensure the predator immediately regrets the attack. Allergens create longer-term consequences, teaching the predator to avoid bulldog ants in the future. Tissue-damaging components might make wounds from ant bites harder to heal, increasing the cost of messing with a bulldog ant colony. The ants are aggressive defenders, quick to sting anything that threatens their nest. They have excellent vision for ants, can jump short distances, and will pursue perceived threats. Combined with their complex venom, they're formidable despite their small size, capable of defending their colonies against much larger animals. That venom represents millions of years of refinement, each protein a solution to some defensive challenge. The whole cocktail more effective than any single component would be alone. It's overkill perhaps, but effective overkill, the kind that ensures most animals learn the lesson the first time. Don't mess with bulldog ants. For researchers, bulldog ant venom is also fascinating from a medical perspective. Those unique proteins might have pharmaceutical applications, pain research, blood pressure regulation, immune system studies. Understanding how these proteins work could lead to new medicines, new treatments derived from one of the most painful stings in the insect world, harm transformed into healing through scientific investigation. Ladybugs can secrete a foul-smelling yellow liquid from their leg joints when threatened. Ladybugs look cheerful, round, brightly coloured, often associated with good luck and children's books. But they have defences, and those defences are surprisingly effective. When threatened, a ladybug can secrete a yellow liquid from its leg joints, a substance called hemolymph that's essentially insect blood mixed with defensive chemicals. This liquid smells terrible and tastes worse. It contains alkaloids that are bitter and mildly toxic, capable of making a bird or small mammal immediately regret eating the ladybug. The bright red or orange coloration of most ladybugs is aposematic, a warning signal advertising their unpalatability. Predators learn, bright colours, bad taste, don't eat. The secretion is called reflex bleeding, and it's a last resort defence. The ladybug is literally bleeding on purpose, releasing hemolymph that would normally stay inside its body, wasting valuable fluids to discourage a predator. But it works. Most predators drop the ladybug immediately, and those that don't quickly spit it out, learning a lesson they're unlikely to forget. This combination, warning coloration plus chemical defense, is common in insects but particularly well developed in ladybugs. They're slow-moving, rounded, easy to catch, so they can't rely on speed or camouflage. Instead, they advertise, "I'm here, I'm conspicuous, and I'm not worth eating. Don't even try." And generally, predators don't. Birds avoid ladybugs after 1 or 2 attempts. Lizards learn to leave them alone. Even other insects often avoid them. The ladybug's cheerful appearance from our perspective is actually a warning signal in a different visual language, one that says, "This organism invests in chemical defense rather than hiding. Approach at your own risk." So those gentle-looking beetles, often beloved by children, are actually walking warning labels, ready to bleed foul chemicals at any threat, protected by toxins behind a facade of bright, cheerful colours. Nature is full of these deceptions, organisms that look harmless but carry defences we'd only discover if we tried to eat them. Some parasitic wasps inject viruses along with their eggs, which suppress the host's immune system. Parasitism is already unsettling, one organism living inside another, consuming it from within. But some parasitic wasps have evolved a strategy so sophisticated it borders on science fiction. They inject viruses along with their eggs when they parasitize a caterpillar. These viruses aren't infections in the usual sense. They're tools, genetic weapons that suppress the caterpillar's immune system, preventing it from defending against the wasp eggs developing inside it. The viruses are called polydinoviruses, and they're intimately associated with the wasps. They reproduce only in the wasp's ovaries and are transmitted directly from mother wasp to offspring. When the wasp stings a caterpillar and lays her eggs, she also injects these viruses. The viruses infect the caterpillar's cells and express genes that shut down immune responses, prevent encapsulation of the wasp eggs, and sometimes alter the caterpillar's development to benefit the wasp larvae. This is genetic manipulation on a fundamental level. The wasp is using viruses as delivery vehicles for genes that hack the caterpillar's biology, rewriting its immune programming to create a safe environment for wasp larvae to develop. And the viruses can't survive or reproduce outside this context. They exist only as tools of the wasp, propagated through wasp eggs, used to subjugate hosts. It's a 3-way relationship. Wasp, virus, and caterpillar, each playing a role in a system that's been evolving for millions of years. The wasp gets to reproduce, the virus gets to replicate, in wasp ovaries. The caterpillar gets eaten from inside, its immune system disabled by viral sabotage, unable to defend itself against an invasion orchestrated by molecular weapons. Where did these viruses come from originally? Probably from ancient infections that became incorporated into the wasp genome, domesticated over evolutionary time, transformed from parasites of the wasp into tools the wasp uses against its own hosts. It's evolution at its most creative and disturbing. Thus, biological warfare conducted with hijacked viruses, proof that nature will use anything available, even diseases, if it provides reproductive advantage. The diving bell spider is the only spider that lives entirely underwater, carrying air in a bubble around its body. Spiders are terrestrial. They breathe air, their book lungs designed for atmospheric oxygen, their silk spinning and hunting strategies optimized for land. Except for one species, the diving bell spider, which is committed fully to aquatic life in a way no other spider has managed. This spider carries air with it underwater, trapped in a bubble held against its abdomen and legs by hydrophobic hairs. This bubble serves as both oxygen supply and gill. Oxygen diffuses in from the surrounding water, carbon dioxide diffuses out, allowing the spider to stay submerged for extended periods. It's a living scuba system, biological and self-replenishing. The spider builds a web underwater, anchored to aquatic plants, and fills it with air brought down from the surface trip by trip. This creates a diving bell, a silk structure filled with air, a home where the spider can live, eat, mate, and even raise young all underwater. It hunts small aquatic invertebrates, feeling for vibrations that indicate prey, then rushing out to capture and paralyze them before bringing them back to the bell to eat. It's a bizarre lifestyle for a spider, representing a complete shift from terrestrial to aquatic existence. But it works. The diving bell spider is found in ponds and slow-moving streams across Europe and Asia, living a life completely submerged, breathing air but never leaving the water except occasionally to replenish the air in its bell. What drove this transition? What advantage made underwater life worth the extreme adaptations required? We're not entirely sure. Perhaps reduced competition from other spiders, access to prey that terrestrial spiders couldn't reach, or simply the availability of a niche that no other spider was filling. Whatever the reason, the diving bell spider made the jump, evolved the necessary adaptations, and now exists as an outlier in the spider world. Proof that even established body plans and lifestyles can be radically reworked if the selective pressure is sufficient. Honeybees can recognize the concept of zero, a mathematical abstraction once thought unique to humans. Zero is a strange concept. It's not just the absence of quantity, it's the idea of absence as a quantity, a number representing nothing. For most of human history, many cultures didn't have a zero. The concept had to be invented, refined, incorporated into mathematics. We thought understanding zero required abstract thinking, symbolic reasoning, capabilities that only humans possessed. Then researchers trained honeybees to choose between different quantities, teaching them that less than earns a reward. The bees learned to select smaller quantities reliably, but then the researchers presented them with a new challenge. Choose between a small quantity and nothing, a blank card with no elements. The bees chose nothing. They recognized that zero, the absence of any quantity, is less than 1, less than 2, less than any positive number. And as they placed 0 in the correct position on the number line, treating it as a quantity less than 1, demonstrating that they grasp an abstract mathematical concept that took human civilizations thousands of years to articulate. How does a brain the size of a poppy seed understand 0? We don't fully know. The bees might be using different cognitive mechanisms than we do, arriving at the same concept through a different route. But they clearly understand it at some level, can use it in decision-making, can place it correctly in relation to other quantities. This discovery challenges our assumptions about what's required for abstract thought, about where we should draw lines between human and animal cognition. The bee isn't doing calculus, isn't writing proofs, but it grasps a concept we thought was uniquely human, uniquely complex, uniquely requiring the kind of intelligence we pride ourselves on. Perhaps intelligence is more distributed than we assume. Perhaps mathematical concepts are more fundamental than we thought, accessible to minds very different from ours. The honeybee, navigating by the sun, communicating through dance, building geometric hives, now adds another capability to its repertoire, understanding nothing as something, zero as a number, absence as a concept worth recognizing. The sound of a cricket's chirp can be used to estimate temperature with surprising accuracy. There's a formula, simple enough to remember, that turns cricket chirps into a thermometer. Count the number of chirps in 14 seconds, add 40, and you get the temperature in Fahrenheit. It's remarkably accurate, usually within a degree or two. There's a biological thermometer performing in real time right outside your window. The reason is biochemistry. Crickets are ectothermic. Their body temperature matches the environment, and the chemical reactions that power their muscles run faster when it's warmer. The cricket rubs its wings together to produce sound, and the rate of muscle contraction depends on temperature. Warmer nights mean faster metabolism, faster muscle contractions, more chirps per minute. The relationship is linear enough that you can reverse it, using chirp rate to infer temperature. Different cricket species have slightly different formulas. The constant you add varies, the counting interval might change. But the principle holds across most chirping crickets. They're not trying to signal temperature. They're just singing their courtship songs at a rate determined by the warmth of the night. But that rate encodes information we can extract, turning their love songs into data points. It's one of those odd connections between biology and physics, where life's processes become predictable enough to use for measurement. The cricket doesn't know it's a thermometer, it's just calling for a mate, the rate determined by how fast its enzymes work, which depends on ambient heat. But listen carefully, count consistently, do the math, and you can read the temperature in the rhythm of their calls. Next time you hear crickets on a summer evening, you're hearing more than just noise. You're hearing metabolism made audible, temperature encoded in rhythm, the warm night translated into sound by thousands of insects, each playing their part in an accidental orchestra that doubles as a meteorological instrument, precise and reliable, singing the temperature without knowing what temperature is. Some species of butterflies have been observed drinking tears, blood, and sweat for minerals. The image we carry of butterflies is gentle, delicate wings, sipping nectar from flowers, symbols of beauty and transformation. But many butterflies are opportunistic, and their diet can be startlingly macabre. They need minerals, particularly sodium and amino acids, that nectar doesn't provide. So they seek other sources: sweat, urine, blood, tears. You might see butterflies landing on people, crawling across skin, seemingly friendly. They're drinking sweat, extracting salts that are scarce in their normal diet. In tropical regions, butterflies congregate on riverbanks and mud puddles, sipping minerals from the soil in behavior called puddling. But some go further, landing on the eyes of turtles and crocodiles to drink tears, or visiting fresh wounds to sip blood. They're not predators. They can't create wounds themselves, can only exploit opportunities when they find them. But they're not purely the flower-sipping innocents we imagine either. They're creatures with nutritional needs that drive them to seek salts and minerals wherever they can find them, whether that's in flowers or in fluids from animal bodies. This behavior is more common in males, who need extra sodium for producing spermatophores, nutrient packages transferred to females during mating. The minerals aren't just for the males themselves, but are passed on, investing in reproduction, ensuring offspring have the resources they need. It's practical, functional, driven by biochemical necessities that don't care about aesthetics or our preferences for how beautiful creatures should behave. So those butterflies you see, with their wings painted in colours that seem designed for beauty, they might also be opportunistic feeders, willing to drink tears or blood if the opportunity arises. They contain multitudes, these insects, combining the beautiful and the macabre, the gentle and the opportunistic, reminding us that nature doesn't organise itself according to our categories of what's appropriate. It just does what works, what provides the necessary nutrients, what enables survival and reproduction in a world where resources are often scarce and scattered. The fastest insect is the Australian tiger beetle, which runs at speeds equivalent to a human running 500 miles per hour. Speed is relative to size. An Australian tiger beetle running at its top speed covers about 120 body lengths per second. Scale that to human proportions. Imagine a 6-foot-tall person covering 720 feet per second, or roughly 500 miles per hour. That's faster than most race cars, faster than commercial jets cruising, faster than the speed of sound in air. But there's a problem. The tiger beetle runs so fast that it temporarily blinds itself. Its visual system can't process images quickly enough to keep up with its movement. The beetle sprints, then has to stop to relocate its prey, then sprints again in a series of short, incredibly fast bursts. It's hunting by interrupted vision, running faster than its eyes can follow. Why develop such extreme speed if you can't see while using it? Because the prey is also fast. The beetle hunts other insects in open, sandy environments where escape is easy. Speed is the only advantage. So the beetle evolved to run faster than almost anything else its size, accepting the trade-off of temporary blindness, because the alternative, slower speed, means starvation. Researchers studying tiger beetles have found they use this strategy effectively. Sprint toward where the prey was, stop, visually relocate, adjust trajectory, sprint again. It's not elegant, but it works. The beetle catches prey that would outrun slower predators, using bursts of speed that push the limits of what insect neurology can handle. That's the cost of being the fastest. Your brain can't keep up. The beetle's nervous system processes visual information at a fixed rate, and at top speed, the beetle outruns that rate. Moving through space faster than its eyes can update the image. It's a biological speed limit imposed not by muscles or energy, but by neural processing, by the fundamental constraints of how quickly information can travel through nerve cells and be interpreted into meaningful action. The tiger beetle doesn't care about the trade-offs, doesn't think about being fast. It just runs, faster than almost any insect on Earth, blind to the blur around it, navigating by memory and intermittent vision, catching prey through sheer overwhelming speed. Certain caterpillars can mimic the appearance and even the smell of ant larvae to infiltrate colonies. Social insects like ants have sophisticated colony recognition systems. They identify nest mates through chemical signatures, unique blends of hydrocarbons on their exoskeletons that mark them as family. Intruders that smell wrong are attacked immediately. It should be impossible for a caterpillar to infiltrate an ant colony, but some caterpillars have found a way. Large blue butterfly caterpillars spend their early life eating plants, but in their final stage they drop to the ground and wait. They produce chemicals that mimic ant larvae, close enough that passing worker ants mistake the caterpillar for one of their own brood. The ants pick up the caterpillar and carry it back to the nest, placing it in the nursery chambers where they care for their own larvae. Once inside, the caterpillar lives like royalty. It's fed by the workers, who bring it food, sometimes even preferentially over their own larvae. Some species of caterpillar produce sounds and vibrations that mimic the queen ant, increasing their priority in the feeding hierarchy. The caterpillar grows fat and healthy while the ant colony essentially starves its own offspring to feed an imposter. Eventually, the caterpillar pupates inside the ant nest, transforming into a butterfly within the supposed safety of the colony. When it emerges, it must escape quickly before the ants realize what it is and attack. It rushes through the tunnels, scales still soft and vulnerable, and if it's lucky, it makes it to the surface and flies away, leaving behind a colony that nurtured its development at tremendous cost. It's espionage at a chemical level. Infiltration through molecular mimicry so perfect that ants raise their colony's enemy as if it were their own. The caterpillar doesn't understand deception. It's following instincts, producing chemicals, making sounds. But the result is a con so effective that it's been maintained across millions of years, caterpillars infiltrating ant colonies generation after generation, parasitizing social insects' care behavior, turning parental investment into a weapon against the very offspring ants are trying to protect. The extinct dragonfly Meganeura had a wingspan of over 2 feet, soaring through prehistoric forests. The past was different, and sometimes that difference manifested as size. About 300 million years ago, during the Carboniferous period, dragonflies weren't the hand-sized insects we see today. Some species, like Meganeura, had wingspans exceeding 2 feet, larger than many modern birds, enormous by any standard of what we think insects should be. How was this possible? The atmosphere was different. Oxygen levels were significantly higher than today, perhaps 35% compared to our current 21%. Insects breathe through passive diffusion, taking in oxygen through spiracles in their exoskeleton. This system works well at small sizes but becomes limiting as insects grow larger. Higher atmospheric oxygen allowed larger insects to get sufficient oxygen, despite their inefficient respiratory system. Meganeura would have been a formidable predator, hunting other large insects and possibly small amphibians. Imagine encountering one in a Carboniferous forest, a dragonfly the size of a hawk, with compound eyes tracking your movement, mandibles large enough to be genuinely threatening. It's a vision from a different Earth, one where the rules permitted insect gigantism, but it didn't last. As oxygen levels dropped over geological time, the upper size limit for insects decreased. The giant dragonflies couldn't maintain their size, couldn't get enough oxygen to sustain such large bodies. They either adapted by becoming smaller or went extinct. The dragonflies we have today are successful, effective predators, but they're constrained by atmospheric chemistry in ways their ancestors weren't. Sometimes the past feels alien, not because life was fundamentally different, but because environmental conditions allowed variations we don't see now. The giant dragonfly wasn't a different kind of organism, it was a dragonfly. It was operating on the same basic body plan modern dragonflies use. It was just bigger because it could be, because the atmosphere supported it, because the physics worked out. And when conditions changed, that possibility closed and dragonflies settled into their current smaller forms, effective but diminished from their prehistoric peak. Bees can become addicted to caffeine and nicotine, which some plants use to keep pollinators coming back. Addiction isn't unique to humans. Bees can become dependent on certain substances, returning to flowers again and again, not just for nutrition, but because those flowers offer something extra: caffeine, nicotine, other alkaloids that affect the bee's nervous system in ways that encourage repeat visits. Some plants, coffee, citrus, or tobacco among them, include low doses of caffeine or nicotine in their nectar. These chemicals are normally defensive, toxic in high concentrations, meant to deter herbivores. But in low doses they have a different effect. They enhance the bee's memory of the flower. Bees that drink caffeinated nectar are more likely to remember that flower species, more likely to return to it, more likely to preferentially visit it over other options. It's a subtle manipulation, a chemical incentive that creates loyalty. The plant gets reliable pollination from bees that remember and prefer its flowers. The bees get nectar plus a mild stimulant that makes them better at remembering where they found that nectar. Both benefit, but the plant is essentially dosing its pollinators with addictive substances to ensure they come back. Research has shown that bees given a choice between caffeinated and non-caffeinated nectar initially prefer the caffeine-free option. The caffeine is slightly bitter, but after repeated exposure they develop a preference for the caffeinated nectar, seeking it out, changing their foraging patterns to prioritize those flowers. It's behavioral conditioning backed by neurochemistry, the bee's brain rewiring itself in response to repeated exposure. The implications are strange. Plants are manipulating pollinator behavior through neurochemistry, using the same kinds of mechanisms that create addiction in humans: reward pathway activation, enhanced memory formation, conditioned preference. The bee doesn't know it's being manipulated, just knows that certain flowers seem particularly rewarding, particularly memorable, worth visiting again and again, and the plant benefits from that loyalty, ensuring its pollen gets carried to other flowers of the same species, increasing reproductive success through chemical persuasion. The proboscis of a butterfly uncoils like a party favor when feeding, then rolls back up when done. The butterfly's proboscis, its drinking straw, is a marvel of compact engineering. When not in use, it's coiled tightly under the butterfly's head, a spiral held in place by the natural elasticity of the material. You might not even notice it's there, just a small coil tucked away. But when the butterfly lands on a flower and prepares to feed, the proboscis uncoils. It extends, sometimes to lengths exceeding the butterfly's body, reaching deep into the flower to access nectar. The uncoiling happens through hydraulic pressure. The butterfly pumps hemolymph into the proboscis, straightening it, making it rigid enough to insert into narrow floral tubes. The proboscis is actually two separate pieces that zip together along their length, creating a sealed tube through which nectar can be drawn via capillary action and muscle contractions. When feeding is done, the pressure releases, the proboscis naturally recoils, like a party favor blower when you stop blowing, and the butterfly tucks it away again, ready for the next meal. This retractable design allows butterflies to have drinking straws proportional to the flowers they feed on, without carrying around an unwieldy appendage all the time. It's stored compactly, deployed on demand, retracted when not needed. The whole mechanism is passive, requiring no conscious control beyond the decision to feed or stop feeding. Watch a butterfly closely sometime when it's on a flower. You might see the proboscis extending, probing, finding the nectar. It's quick, efficient, elegant in its simplicity. And when the butterfly flies away, the proboscis coils back up, disappearing from view, a precision tool returning to storage until the next flower, the next meal, the next deployment of this ingenious retractable drinking straw that's been perfected over millions of years of feeding on flowers. Some species of wasps can recognize individual faces of other wasps in their colony. We think of facial recognition as a sophisticated cognitive ability, something that requires significant brain power and processing capacity. Humans are excellent at it. We can distinguish thousands of individual faces, remember them over years, but we're not alone. Some wasps, particularly paper wasps, can also recognize individuals by their facial markings. Paper wasps have variable facial patterns, different spots and stripes that make each individual unique. In species with stable hierarchies where individual recognition matters, wasps learn these patterns and associate them with specific individuals, remembering who's dominant, who's subordinate, who's reliable, who's aggressive. Researchers tested this by showing wasps images of faces, both normal faces and faces that had been altered to remove identifying features. The wasps learned to distinguish normal faces much faster than altered ones, suggesting they're specifically tuned to process facial information. When wasps with highly variable facial patterns were compared to closely related species with uniform faces, only the variable face species showed this enhanced facial recognition ability. It makes sense in their social context. Paper wasp colonies have hierarchies established through individual contests. If you can remember who you fought, who won, who lost, you can avoid redundant conflicts. Facial recognition allows stable social structures without constant fighting, reducing injury and energy expenditure while maintaining order. A wasp's brain is tiny, smaller than a grain of rice, but it contains specialized neural circuitry for processing faces, for extracting and remembering the patterns that identify individuals. It's proof that you don't need a large brain to perform computations we consider sophisticated, where you need the right algorithms, the right dedicated hardware, shaped by evolution to solve specific problems that matter for survival. When wasps look at each other, they're not just seeing another wasp, they're seeing individuals, recognizing specific patterns, accessing memories associated with that face. They have social knowledge, individual relationships, maintained through vision and memory in brains so small you could fit dozens in the space your own brain occupies. The Hercules beetle larva can take up to 2 years to develop, spending most of that time eating rotting wood. Not all insects live fast. While fruit flies complete their entire life cycle in days, some beetles take years to develop, spending their larval stage in slow growth, gradual accumulation of mass and energy that will eventually support metamorphosis into adults. The Hercules beetle larva can weigh over 100 grams, heavier than most adult beetles, heavier than many mammals. It achieves this size by eating constantly, chewing through rotting wood, digesting the decayed material with help from gut microorganisms that break down cellulose. It's not living, it's accumulating, growing, storing energy and nutrients that will be reorganized during pupation. 2 years or more underground, in darkness, eating wood and growing. There's no hurry, no rush to maturity. The larva follows its own timeline, growing when it can, surviving when it must, molting through several stages as it gets larger. Eventually, when it's accumulated enough mass, when conditions are right, it pupates, transforming that soft grub-like body into the armored adult with its characteristic horn. It's a different life strategy than the fast-reproducing insects. Instead of many generations per year, there's one generation every few years. Instead of many small offspring, there's investment in fewer larger ones. Instead of quantity, quality. Instead of speed, patience. The larva doesn't experience time the way we do. 2 years underground isn't boring or tedious, it's just existence. eating and growing, following genetic programming that says accumulate mass, then transform. When it finally emerges as an adult, it will live only months, using that stored energy for reproduction, for fighting, for the brief adult phase that follows years of preparation. There's something almost meditative about it, this slow growth in darkness, this patient accumulation over years. The larva doesn't know it's waiting, it's just being, as is moment by moment, mouthful by mouthful, growing toward a transformation it can't anticipate, preparing for an adult life it hasn't experienced. Patient in a way that transcends patience, because patience implies awareness of time passing, and the larva knows only the present. Wood, darkness, growth. Termites are more closely related to cockroaches than to ants, despite their similar social structures. Look at a termite and an ant side by side, and you'd think they must be closely related. Both are social insects living in colonies with queens, workers, and soldiers. Both build complex structures and engage in sophisticated cooperative behaviors. Both have similar divisions of labor and caste systems. It seems obvious they'd be evolutionary cousins, but they're not. Termites evolved from wood-eating cockroaches, making them more closely related to cockroaches, which are solitary and don't have social structures, than to ants, which are wasps that independently evolved sociality. This is convergent evolution. Two very different lineages arriving at similar solutions to similar problems. Social living has advantages: better defense, more efficient resource exploitation, ability to build structures and maintain them across generations. Ants evolved sociality from wasp ancestors, developing it through modifications to reproduction and behavior. Termites evolved it from cockroach ancestors through a completely different pathway. The result looks similar: colonies, castes, cooperation. But the underlying genetics and developmental pathways are different. It's a powerful demonstration that evolution finds solutions that work, regardless of starting point. The optimal way to organize thousands of individuals for colony success has certain characteristics: reproductive division of labor, communication systems, caste specialization. Ants and termites both discovered this independently from different ancestral states, and both refined it into effective social systems that have persisted for tens of millions of years. When you see termites and ants, you're seeing parallel evolution in action, two solutions to the same problem developed independently, shaped by similar selective pressures into similar outcomes, despite arising from very different starting points. It's proof that good solutions exist, that evolution can find them from different directions, and that what looks like close relationship might actually be distant kinship plus convergent adaptation. Similarity arising not from shared ancestry but from shared challenges. Some assassin bugs have evolved specialized front legs that work like sticky traps for catching ants. Hunting ants is dangerous. They're aggressive. They swarm, they coordinate attacks, and they can overwhelm much larger predators through sheer numbers. Most insects avoid them, but some assassin bugs have specialized in ant predation, evolving front legs that function as living traps specifically designed for catching these difficult prey. The legs are covered in sticky resin that the bug produces from specialized glands. The assassin bug positions itself near ant trails, holding its modified forelegs extended like a mantis waiting to strike. But it doesn't strike, it waits. When an ant brushes against those resin-coated legs, it sticks. The more it struggles, the more entangled it becomes, like an insect on flypaper. Once the ant is secured, the assassin bug delivers a killing bite, injecting digestive enzymes that liquefy the ant's internal organs. Then it drinks, consuming the ant while more resin is secreted to maintain the sticky trap, ready for the next victim. Some species can catch multiple ants in succession, their forelegs becoming covered in partially consumed carcasses, each one stuck to the resin that doomed it. It's a specialized adaptation, legs transformed from walking appendages into prey capture devices. The assassin bug sacrifices some mobility. Those sticky legs aren't great for normal movement, but gains the ability to hunt prey that most predators can't handle safely. It's motionless hunting, ambush predation refined to a specific target, the bug becoming a living trap that waits with infinite patience for victims to wander too close. There's something unsettling about it, this patient waiting, these legs that have become weapons so specialized they're barely recognizable as legs anymore. But it works, has worked for millions of years. These assassin bugs positioned along ant trails, sticky and patient, catching one of the most successful groups of insects through sheer evolutionary cleverness, through the transformation of limbs into traps. The New Zealand wheater has antifreeze proteins in its blood that allow it to survive being frozen solid. Freezing is usually fatal. Ice crystals form inside cells, puncturing membranes, disrupting structures, causing catastrophic damage. When an organism thaws, it is usually dead, its cells destroyed by ice. But some organisms have found ways around this, and the New Zealand weta is among the most extreme examples. During winter in the mountains of New Zealand, temperatures can plunge well below freezing. The weta, a large cricket-like insect, doesn't hibernate in the traditional sense. It freezes. Ice forms throughout its body, in its hemolymph, between its tissues. It becomes rigid, brittle, essentially a frozen sculpture of an insect, and yet it's not dead. The weta produces antifreeze proteins and other cryoprotectants that manage ice formation, directing where crystals form and how large they grow. Ice forms outside cells rather than inside them, preventing the membrane damage that would normally be fatal. The proteins also protect cellular structures, stabilizing them during the frozen period, is maintaining integrity even as ice surrounds them. When spring comes and temperatures rise, the wheater thaws. Ice melts, fluids begin moving again, metabolic processes restart. Within hours, the wheater is walking, feeding, behaving normally, as if it hadn't spent months as a frozen object. It's a resurrection of sorts, though technically it never died. Just paused, suspended in ice, waiting for conditions that allow activity. This freeze tolerance is rare in insects, more common in Arctic species but unusual in temperate ones. The weta has mastered it through evolution, in an environment where winter freezing is predictable and prolonged. It's adapted not by avoiding the cold, but by embracing it, by developing molecular tools that turn a lethal condition into mere temporary inconvenience. Imagine being frozen solid, ice throughout your body. All processes stopped, and then thawing out intact, ready to continue as if nothing happened. For the weta, this is winter. A frozen pause, a waiting period measured in months, survived through chemistry that we're still trying to fully understand. Proteins that protect life even when that life is temporarily locked in ice. Sweat bees are attracted to human perspiration for the salt, sometimes landing on people to lap up sweat. Not all bees want your flowers, some want your sweat. Sweat bees, small, often metallic-coloured bees that get their common name from this behaviour, are attracted to perspiration because it contains salt and other minerals they need. Their normal diet of nectar and pollen is mineral poor, and they supplement it by seeking salt wherever they can find it, including on sweating human skin. They're not aggressive. They don't sting unless you squish them or trap them against your skin. They land gently, extend their proboscis, and lap at the moisture, taking in dissolved salts. From their perspective, you're a salt lick, a resource to be exploited carefully and respectfully. They get what they need and leave, usually without you even noticing unless you're paying attention. The minerals they collect are important for reproduction and for maintaining the bee's own physiological processes. Salt, in particular, is often scarce in natural environments. Most plants don't accumulate it in their nectar, so bees seek it in mud, in animal urine, in sweat, wherever concentrations are high enough to make collection worthwhile. It's a reminder that human activity creates resources for wildlife, not always intentionally. We sweat, and that sweat represents a feeding opportunity for small insects that have learned to recognize and approach humans as sources of minerals. It's commensal behavior. We don't benefit, but we're not harmed either, and the bees get what they need. Next time a small bee lands on your arm while you're outdoors, consider, it might not be interested in attacking. It might just be thirsty for salt drawn by the scent of your perspiration, hoping to collect a few mineral ions before moving on. It's an interaction that's ultimately harmless, a tiny bee taking advantage of resources you're freely providing without knowing it, both of you existing in the same space, occasionally touching in moments of mutual indifference that nonetheless sustain the bee's biology. The Japanese honeybee can defend against hornets by swarming them and vibrating to generate lethal heat. Hornets hunt honeybees, and they're terrifyingly effective at it. A single Asian giant hornet can kill dozens of bees in minutes, and a group of hornets can destroy an entire hive. European honeybees introduced to Asia are defenseless. The hornets slaughter them, harvest their larvae, and move on. But Japanese honeybees have evolved a counterattack so ingenious it seems almost impossible. When a hornet scout approaches the hive, the bees don't flee. They wait, lure the hornet inside, and then swarm it. Hundreds of bees cover the hornet, forming a living ball that completely engulfs it. Then they vibrate their flight muscles without moving their wings, generating heat through muscle activity. The temperature inside the ball rises, 47 degrees Celsius, sometimes higher. This is just below the lethal temperature for the bees, but above the lethal temperature for the hornet. The hornet cooks, essentially killed by heat it cannot escape, while the bees survive at the edge of their own thermal tolerance. It's precise, coordinated, a collective defense that requires perfect timing and cooperation. If the hornets establish a presence, if scouts return to the hive with other hornets, the defense fails. The bees can't generate enough heat to kill multiple hornets without cooking themselves. So they target scouts, eliminate them before they can report back, use heat as a weapon against single targets. It's warfare at the thermal edge, bees weaponizing their own metabolism, using their numbers and their slightly higher heat tolerance to create a death trap for predators. The defense had to evolve. Japanese honeybees that couldn't kill hornet scouts didn't survive, didn't pass on their genes. Over generations, the behavior was refined. The temperature tolerance increased. The coordination improved. Until you get this, a defensive strategy that seems designed but emerged entirely from selection pressure. Bees learning to murder hornets with controlled group hypothermia. Survival through precision heat generation. Some caterpillars can detect the vibrations of approaching wasps and drop from plants on silk threads to escape. Parasitic wasps are a constant threat to caterpillars. The wasps search for hosts, land on plants, and inject eggs into caterpillar bodies. The eggs develop. The larvae consume the caterpillar from inside, and the caterpillar dies. For caterpillars, being found is essentially a death sentence. But some species have evolved early warning systems. They can detect the vibrations of wasp wings. When a wasp flies near, even before it lands, the caterpillar feels the vibrations through the plant. It has specialized sensory organs, mechanoreceptors sensitive to specific vibration frequencies that distinguish wasp wing beats from wind, from other insects, from harmless disturbances. When it detects the right pattern, it acts immediately. It releases its grip, secretes silk from its spinnerets, and drops. The silk pays out as the caterpillar falls, creating a lifeline that keeps it connected to the plant but gets it away from the immediate threat. It dangles there, suspended in air, until the wasp moves on. Then it climbs back up the silk thread, returns to feeding, resumes its life. It's an escape response refined through countless encounters. Caterpillars that couldn't detect wasps got parasitized and died. Caterpillars that could detect them but responded slowly got parasitized anyway. Only the fastest, most sensitive responders survived to pass on their genes. Over generations, the detection system became acute. The response became instantaneous, until you get caterpillars that drop the moment they feel wasp vibrations, bailing out on silk threads that save their lives. It's a high-stakes game of detection and evasion, played out on leaves and branches, measured in vibrations and reflexes. The caterpillar can't fight. It's soft-bodied, defenseless. But it can flee. Aesus can remove itself from danger faster than the wasp can strike. Sometimes survival isn't about strength or armor. Sometimes it's about knowing when to let go, to trust the silk thread you're spinning, to drop into space and hope your early warning system wasn't giving you false alarms. Glowworm larvae use bioluminescence to attract prey into sticky snares in cave ceilings. Deep in certain caves, particularly in New Zealand and Australia, the ceilings glow with what looks like stars. Tiny points of blue-green light scattered across the darkness, creating an underground sky that draws tourists and photographers. But those lights aren't stars, they're death traps. Glowworm larvae hang from cave ceilings on silk threads, and from those threads they suspend droplets of sticky mucus, creating vertical snares. The larva itself produces light through bioluminescence, the same basic chemistry fireflies use but deployed for a different purpose. The light attracts flying insects, moths, flies, anything drawn to illumination in the darkness of the cave. The insects fly toward the lights, toward what they perceive as sky or opening, and instead encounter the sticky threads. They get tangled, struggle, and the vibrations alert the larva above. The glowworm pulls up its thread, reeling in the captured insect like a fisherman, and consumes it. Then it resets the trap, lowering new sticky threads, glowing steadily to attract the next victim. It's a false sky, a lure that exploits the flying insect's navigation instincts. In caves, any light usually means an exit, means escape to the open air. The glowworm hijacks that instinct, creates fake exits that lead only to consumption, and they do it collectively. Hundreds or thousands of larvae glowing together, creating elaborate light displays that are tourist attractions for humans and death zones for insects. The beauty is incidental. The glowworms aren't creating art. They're hunting, using light as bait, turning cave ceilings into hunting grounds, where bioluminescence serves not as communication or warning, but as pure deception, false promise of escape that leads to capture. It's one of the more elaborate predatory strategies in the insect world. Larvae that can't move using chemistry and physics to bring food to them, creating constellations that spell doom for anything that flies toward their cold, patient light. The oldest living insect colony is believed to be a termite mound in Africa that's been continuously inhabited for over 4,000 years. Most organisms measure their lifespans in days, years, maybe decades, but colonies can persist across timescales that dwarf individual lives. In Africa, there are termite mounds that have been continuously maintained and inhabited for thousands of years, longer than most human civilizations, longer than written language has existed in most parts of the world. These aren't the same termites, of course. Individuals live for months or years, even the queens for decades. But the colony persists, each generation maintaining and expanding the structure the previous generation built. The mound is added to, repaired, modified continuously across centuries, a living architecture that outlasts empires. 4,000 years of continuous occupation. The mound was already ancient when the pyramids were built. It was old when Rome was founded, when the Buddha lived, when Christ was born. Through all of human history, through the rise and fall of civilizations, through wars and migrations and the entire recorded span of human cultural development, these termite colonies have persisted, underground, maintaining their structures, following the same basic patterns their ancestors followed millennia ago. The mounds themselves are landmarks, navigational features that have existed longer than the trees around them, longer than the human settlements in the area. They're monuments to persistence, to the power of incremental effort sustained across unimaginable time, to the effectiveness of simple rules followed consistently by countless individuals. What does it mean for a colony to exist for 4,000 years? No individual experiences that span. The colony isn't conscious of its own longevity. It just continues generation after generation, each termite doing its small part, unaware that it's participating in something that's persisted longer than almost anything else alive. The mound stands because each generation does the work, repairs damage, adds new chambers, maintains the structure, passing on not just genes but architecture, a physical legacy that transcends any individual life. Some beetles can survive being eaten by a frog, travelling through its digestive system and emerging alive from the other end. Being eaten is usually fatal. Digestion is designed to break down organic matter, to extract nutrients, to destroy structure. For most organisms, reaching a predator's stomach is the end. But some beetles are so well armoured, so tolerant of hostile conditions, that they can survive the entire journey through a predator's digestive tract and emerge alive. Water scavenger beetles in particular have been observed surviving passage through frogs. The beetle gets swallowed, travels through the digestive system, endures hours of digestive enzymes and lack of oxygen, and eventually exits through the frog's cloaca, still alive, still mobile, capable of walking away from the experience. How? Their exoskeleton is extremely tough, resistant to the mechanical and chemical assault of digestion. Their spiracles, the breathing holes along their body, can seal shut, preventing digestive fluids from entering and drowning them. They can survive extended periods without oxygen, essentially holding their breath until they're expelled, and they might produce chemicals that make them unpalatable, encouraging the frog to pass them through quickly rather than digest them thoroughly. It's not pleasant. Being eaten is stressful even if you survive it. But for these beetles it's survivable, a hazard they can endure rather than a death sentence. The frog gets no nutrition, expends energy on digestion for no benefit, and ends up with a living beetle emerging from its rear end, ready to continue its life. It's an extreme example of defensive armour, of physiological tolerance pushed to limits that seem impossible. Most animals can't survive digestion. These beetles can, turning what should be certain death into temporary inconvenience, using armour and chemistry and sheer resilience to outlast a predator's digestive system. When the beetle emerges, dirty but alive, it's proven something remarkable, that some prey are simply too tough to consume, too resistant to break down, capable of surviving even the most intimate form of predation. The migration of dragonflies can span continents, with some species flying from India to Africa across the Indian Ocean. We think of insect migration in terms of monarchs, maybe locusts. But dragonflies, those aerial predators we associate with ponds and streams, also migrate, and some of their journeys rival those of birds in scope and ambition. The globe skimmer dragonfly undertakes one of the longest migrations of any insect, possibly any animal. It flies from India across the Indian Ocean to Africa, a journey that can exceed 18,000 kilometres when you account for multiple generations completing different legs. No individual dragonfly completes the entire cycle. It takes 4 generations to make the full round trip, each generation hatching, developing, flying its portion of the route, reproducing and dying. They're following seasonal rains, breeding in temporary pools that form during monsoons, laying eggs that develop quickly in these ephemeral habitats. When the pools dry up, the next generation flies to find new rains, new breeding sites, continuing a cycle that spans continents and multiple lifetimes. The navigation is mysterious. How does a dragonfly find its way across thousands of kilometres of open ocean? They might use the sun, the Earth's magnetic field, wind patterns, or some combination we haven't identified. But they do it successfully, generation after generation, maintaining migration routes that connect distant regions of the world. It's humbling, the idea that these delicate-looking insects undertake intercontinental journeys, crossing oceans, flying for thousands of kilometres guided by instincts and environmental cues we barely understand. They're not building nests to return to, not following learned routes passed down culturally. They're following genetic instructions, flying toward rain they've never seen, to places their parents never visited, participating in a multi-generational relay that connects Asia to Africa through the flight paths of individuals that live for months and travel distances that dwarf their small bodies. Certain parasitic flies find their cricket hosts by listening for their mating calls. Every signal is vulnerable to interception. When crickets sing to attract mates, they're broadcasting their location to potential partners, but they're also broadcasting it to anything else that's listening, including predators and parasites that have evolved to exploit those calls. Parasitic tachinid flies hunt crickets acoustically. The flies have ears, tympanic membranes sensitive to the frequency range of cricket calls, and they fly toward the sound, seeking the source. When they find the cricket, they deposit larvae on or near it. The larvae burrow in, consume the cricket from inside, and eventually kill it. The cricket's love song becomes a dinner bell, attracting not mates, but death. This creates an evolutionary dilemma for the crickets. Stop singing, and you don't attract parasites, but you also don't attract mates. Keep singing, and you might reproduce, but you might also get parasitized. The optimal strategy depends on parasite density, on how likely you are to attract flies versus mates, on trade-offs between reproduction and survival. Some cricket populations have evolved quieter calls or calls at frequencies the flies can't detect well. Others have shifted their calling times to periods when flies are less active. It's an arms race. Flies evolve better hearing. Crickets evolve different calls, back and forth across generations, each adaptation by one side creating selective pressure on the other. Every cricket singing in the night is taking a risk, trading safety for reproductive opportunity, hoping that the female that finds him is a cricket and not a fly. And every parasitic fly listening in the darkness is intercepting signals meant for someone else, eavesdropping on intimate communication and using it for exploitation. It's a reminder that communication is never entirely private, that signals can be intercepted, that evolution will find ways to exploit any information that's broadcast into the environment, turning courtship songs into hunting cues, love into liability. The colour patterns on butterfly wings are made of thousands of microscopic scales, each one a single colour. From a distance, a butterfly wing looks like smooth paint, gradients of colour, patterns that flow seamlessly from one hue to another. But up close, under magnification, the truth reveals itself. The wing is covered in thousands of tiny scales, each one a separate piece, each one a single colour, arranged like shingles on a roof or pixels on a screen. The scales are modified hairs, flattened and broadened, overlapping each other in precise arrangements. Some contain pigments, molecules that absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others, creating yellows, oranges, reds, blacks. Others create colour through structure, microscopic ridges and layers that interfere with light waves, producing iridescent blues and greens that shimmer and shift as you change your viewing angle. The patterns we see, eye spots, stripes, warning colours, camouflage, are mosaics built from these individual scales. Each scale develops its colour independently during the pupal stage, following genetic instructions that specify which pigments to produce, which structures to build. Together, millions of scales create images, false eyes that startle predators, bright colours that advertise toxicity, patterns that help individuals recognise their own species. The precision is extraordinary. A single misplaced scale is invisible in the overall pattern, but collectively the scales must align correctly to create functional designs. The butterfly doesn't paint its wings, it grows them, scale by scale, each one positioned and coloured according to developmental programs that have been refined over millions of years. Touch a butterfly's wing, and you'll see the powder that comes off. Those are scales, dislodged by contact, the wing's colour literally rubbing away in your fingers. The butterfly can lose many scales and still fly, but lose too many, and the patterns disappear. The wing becomes translucent, and the messages those patterns carry. I'm poisonous, I'm a leaf, I'm a potential mate, become illegible, diminishing the butterfly's chances of survival or reproduction. The scales are not decoration. They're communication, camouflage, warning, all encoded in microscopic coloured tiles that together create the images we find so beautiful. Some ants can shrink and regrow their brains depending on their role in the colony. Your brain is fixed in size, more or less. It grows during childhood, reaches adult size, and maintains that size for life. Brain cells don't regenerate easily, and losing brain tissue is permanent damage. But some ants can shrink their brains deliberately, and later regrow them when circumstances change. In certain ant species, when a queen stops reproducing, either because she's lost her colony or conditions aren't right, her brain shrinks by up to 20%. Specifically, the parts of the brain devoted to processing sensory information and controlling reproductive functions atrophy, becoming smaller, less metabolically active. This saves energy, reducing the cost of maintaining a large brain during periods when reproduction isn't happening. But it's reversible. If the queen regains workers, if the colony rebuilds, if conditions become favourable again, her brain regrows. The neural tissue regenerates, the shrunken regions expand, and she returns to full reproductive capacity with a brain restored to its original size. It's neural plasticity taken to an extreme we don't see in vertebrates, brains that can shrink and expand based on social role and environmental conditions. Why? Brains are expensive. They consume significant energy relative to their size, and maintaining a large brain when you're not using all its capacity is wasteful. By selectively reducing brain regions that aren't currently needed, the ant conserves resources, as surviving lean times more efficiently. When those regions are needed again, they can be rebuilt. It's a flexibility we don't have, a developmental plasticity that allows ants to adjust their physiology to their circumstances in ways that seem impossible to us. Our brains are permanent, irreducible except through damage and aging. Ant brains can shrink and grow, responding to social conditions, optimizing energy use, treating neural tissue as a variable resource rather than a fixed investment. It's another way insects prove that life can be organized very differently from how we organize it, that brains can be flexible structures, that even something as fundamental as nervous system size can be adjustable if evolution finds that adjustment beneficial. The loudest insect is the African cicada, which can produce calls reaching 120 decibels, as loud as a rock concert. Sound is pressure waves, vibrations travelling through air, and some insects have evolved to create those vibrations at intensities that seem impossible for their size. The African cicada holds the record for the loudest insect call, up to 120 decibels measured at close range, a volume comparable to standing near the speakers at a rock concert, loud enough to cause hearing damage with prolonged exposure. The cicada produces this sound using specialized organs called tymbals, ribbed membranes in its abdomen that click in and out thousands of times per second, like popping a metal lid on a jar, but much, much faster. The abdomen itself acts as a resonating chamber, amplifying the sound, projecting it outward. Males sing to attract females, and the louder the call, the more successful they tend to be. But there's a problem. They need to hear responses, and their own calls are loud enough to damage their hearing. So cicadas have a built-in protective mechanism, muscles that automatically contract when they sing, dampening the sensitivity of their hearing organs, protecting them from their own volume. They're essentially giving themselves temporary hearing protection, reducing their auditory sensitivity while they produce sound, then releasing it to listen for replies. It's an arms race of volume. Males compete to be heard over distance, over background noise, over each other. The louder singers attract more females but also consume more energy and attract more predators. Every call is a trade-off. Volume versus safety, attractiveness versus vulnerability. Standing near a singing cicada is an experience. The sound is physical, vibrating your chest, overwhelming conversation. It's hard to believe something so small can create noise at such intensity. But they can, and they do, filling tropical afternoons with sound that carries for hundreds of meters, marking territory, attracting mates, participating in acoustic competitions where the prize is reproduction and the cost is energy expenditure and predator attention. The cicada doesn't know it's loud by human standards. It just knows it needs to be heard, and it's evolved the biological machinery to ensure it is, consequences be damned. Bedbugs have been found in 11,000-year-old archaeological sites, suggesting they've been bothering humans since we lived in caves. Some relationships are ancient, and bedbugs and humans have been associated for at least 11,000 years. Researchers have found bedbug remains in archaeological sites dating to the early Neolithic, when humans were just beginning to settle into permanent dwellings, transitioning from nomadic hunter-gatherers to early agriculturalists. The bugs probably started as bat parasites, living in caves and feeding on bat blood. When humans began using caves as shelters, the bugs found a new host, similar temperature, similar blood chemistry, but more predictable, staying in one place rather than flying away. Over generations, the bugs adapted, becoming increasingly specialized for human parasitism, tracking us as we move from caves to huts to houses to modern apartments. They followed us across the world. Wherever humans established settlements, bedbugs followed, hitchhiking in belongings, hiding in cracks, emerging at night to feed. They've survived every attempt to eradicate them. DDT reduced their populations dramatically in the mid-20th century, but they evolved resistance and returned. Now they're found globally, more common in cities than ever, adapted to modern pest control methods, still doing what their ancestors did 11,000 years ago, waiting in hiding until darkness, then creeping out to feed on sleeping humans. It's an intimacy we'd rather not have, this ancient relationship with parasites that have tracked us through the entirety of civilization. They were with us when we invented agriculture, when we built the first cities, when we developed writing and mathematics and philosophy. Through every human achievement, bedbugs have been there, hidden in our dwellings, feeding on our blood, persisting through millennia of attempted extermination. They're evolutionarily committed to us now, so specialized for human parasitism that they struggle to survive on other hosts. We're stuck with each other, humans and bedbugs, a partnership neither wanted but both maintain. Ancient companions through all of recorded history and thousands of years before it, living proof that some relationships, no matter how unwanted, persist simply because evolution has locked both parties into mutual dependence. Some species of ants create living bridges with their own bodies, allowing nestmates to cross gaps. Cooperation can take physical forms. When army ants encounter a gap in their trail, a space between leaves, a dip in terrain, any discontinuity that would slow the colony's movement, worker ants position themselves to become the bridge. They link legs and mandibles, creating chains and platforms of living insects, allowing their nestmates to walk across their bodies. The bridge builders sacrifice mobility. They might hold position for hours, bodies locked in place, serving as infrastructure while the rest of the colony flows over them. They receive no special reward, no extra food, no recognition. They're just doing their role, following rules that say, if there's a gap and traffic is slowing, position yourself to bridge it. If the gap closes or the traffic stops, release and rejoin the flow. The bridges are dynamic, responding to traffic patterns. If many ants are crossing, more workers join the bridge, widening it, creating more lanes. If traffic decreases, some bridge ants release and move on, narrowing the structure. It's constant optimization, the bridge adjusting its width and position based on usage. No single ant coordinating it, just local rules creating emergent structure. During floods, army ants form rafts the same way. Workers linking together to create a floating platform that protects the queen and brood in the centre, while the peripheral workers tread water, holding the structure together. Some peripheral ants drown, but the colony survives, the sacrifice of individuals ensuring the survival of the whole. It's altruism at a cellular level. If you think of the colony as an organism and individual ants as cells, some cells become structural, bone, connective tissue, sacrificing mobility for the benefit of the whole. Army ants do the same, some individuals becoming temporary structure, bridges or rafts, their bodies the substrate other ants use to move or survive. When you see an army ant column flowing smoothly across rough terrain, remember, some of that smoothness comes from ants who stopped moving, who became the terrain others walk on, who sacrificed their own progress so the colony could continue unimpeded. The moth with the longest tongue is the Morgan sphinx moth, whose proboscis can extend 12 inches to reach nectar. 12 inches. That's the length of a ruler, the height of a tall coffee cup, longer than most people's hand span. And it's the length of a moth's tongue, well, proboscis, coiled under its head when not in use, extended to extraordinary length when feeding. The Morgan sphinx moth evolved this absurd appendage in response to a flower, the Madagascan star orchid, which hides its nectar at the bottom of a tube that can exceed 11 inches in depth. When Charles Darwin first saw this orchid in 1862, he predicted, based purely on evolutionary reasoning, that there must exist a moth with a proboscis long enough to reach the nectar. People scoffed. Such a moth seemed impossible, too impractical to exist. But Darwin was right. The moth was discovered decades later, exactly as he predicted, with a proboscis perfectly matched to the orchid's tube. It's a case of coevolution taken to extremes. The orchid evolved longer tubes to reduce competition from short-tongued pollinators, and the moth evolved a longer proboscis to access nectar other pollinators couldn't reach. Each drove the other toward greater lengths, literally, in an escalating evolutionary arms race that produced one of the most extreme pollination systems known. The proboscis is stored coiled under the moth's head, a spiral that unwinds when needed, extending to remarkable length through hydraulic pressure. The moth inserts it deep into the orchid's tube, sips the nectar, and in the process picks up pollen on its head that it will carry to the next flower. The orchid gets specialized pollination. The moth gets exclusive access to food. Both benefit from an arrangement so specific, so finely tuned, that neither can reproduce effectively without the other. It's mutual dependency pushed to an extreme. Two species locked together by adaptations so specialized they can barely survive apart. The moth with its foot-long tongue, the orchid with its foot-long tube, each one proof that evolution can produce structures that seem absurd until you understand the context, the selective pressures, the coevolutionary dynamics that make 12-inch tongues not just possible but necessary. Honeybees perform a waggle dance that accounts for the sun's movement across the sky during the day. The waggle dance is already remarkable, a symbolic communication system that encodes direction and distance to food sources. But it's even more sophisticated than that. Bees account for time, for the sun's movement across the sky, updating their dances continuously to provide accurate directions even as the sun's position changes. Here's how it works. When a bee dances, the angle of the waggle run relative to vertical represents the angle to the food source relative to the sun's current position. but the sun moves about 15 degrees per hour across the sky. If a bee finds flowers in the morning and dances about them in the afternoon, she can't just repeat the same dance. The sun has moved and the directions would be wrong. So bees adjust. They have an internal clock, a circadian rhythm that tracks time, and they combine this with their memory of the sun's path across the sky. When dancing, they calculate where the sun is now, not where it was when they found the flowers, and they encode directions relative to the current sun position. Bees that leave the hive later will follow the updated directions and still find the correct location. This requires computational sophistication that seems impossible for something with a brain smaller than a grain of sand. The bee must remember the flower location, track elapsed time, model the sun's movement, and perform trigonometric calculations to translate all of this into a dance angle that other bees can follow. And she does it accurately, consistently, enabling the hive to exploit resources across changing conditions. It's evidence that small brains can perform complex computations if they're specialized for specific tasks. The bee isn't generally intelligent. She can't solve arbitrary problems, but she's extraordinarily good at the specific computations her lifestyle requires: navigation, time tracking, symbolic communication. Her brain is optimized for these tasks, hardwired through millions of years of evolution to perform calculations that would require significant processing power if we tried to replicate them in software. When you see a bee dancing in a hive, you're watching mathematics in motion, geometry and trigonometry and temporal reasoning all encoded in movement. A tiny insect performing computations that account for planetary rotation, all to tell her sisters where to find flowers in an ever-changing world. Some insects can survive radiation levels that would be instantly fatal to humans, making them candidates for space travel research. Radiation kills by damaging DNA, by breaking molecular bonds, by disrupting cellular processes. Humans are relatively fragile. Exposure to a few gray of radiation can cause severe illness, and 10 gray or more is usually fatal. But some insects can survive thousands of gray, shrugging off radiation that would liquefy human tissue. The secret is in their cellular repair mechanisms. Insects like fruit flies and certain beetles have extraordinarily efficient DNA repair systems, capable of fixing radiation damage faster than it accumulates, at least up to certain exposure levels. They also have fewer cells than larger animals, fewer opportunities for a single damaged cell to cause catastrophic failure, and their simpler physiology, their decentralized nervous systems, mean they can tolerate more damage before critical functions fail. This radiation resistance has made insects candidates for space biology research. In space, cosmic radiation is a constant hazard, and understanding how organisms survive radiation exposure could inform strategies for long-duration human spaceflight. If we understood how insects repair DNA so efficiently, we might be able to enhance human cellular repair, protecting astronauts on missions to Mars or beyond. Some insects have already travelled to space. Fruit flies, ants, bees, yes, all tested to see how microgravity and radiation affect their development and behaviour. They've generally done well, adapting to conditions that would stress most organisms, continuing to live and reproduce in environments far from anything their evolution prepared them for. It's strange to think of insects as space pioneers, but in a sense they are, testing environments before we venture there ourselves, proving that life can persist under conditions we'd consider hostile. Their radiation resistance, their adaptability, their efficient physiology, all suggest that if we ever colonize space, insects might come with us, surviving conditions that would challenge larger, more complex organisms. The humble fruit fly, the cockroach, the ant, all potential companions on humanity's expansion beyond Earth. Yeah, tiny survivors adapted to extremes we're only beginning to explore. We still don't fully understand how some insects like bees manage to fly. Their wings seem too small according to simple aerodynamic calculations. There's an old myth that scientists proved bees can't fly, that their wings are too small, their bodies too heavy. Aerodynamics says they should fall out of the sky. It's not quite accurate. Scientists never said bees can't fly. Obviously, bees fly. What's true is that simple aerodynamic models, the kind that work for airplanes, predict that bee flight shouldn't be possible given their wing size and body mass. But bees don't fly like airplanes. They use different mechanisms: rapid wing beats, dynamic stall, microscopic vortices that generate lift through complex fluid dynamics. Their wings don't just push air down. They create rotating cylinders of air along the wing's leading edge, generating extra lift through mechanisms that are still being studied and characterized. When a bee's wing moves through air, it creates tiny tornadoes at its edges, spinning vortices that change pressure distribution, creating lift that wouldn't exist in steady-state airflow. The wing beats so fast, 200 times per second, that these vortices don't have time to fully develop and break apart. They're maintained in a quasi-stable state, constantly refreshed by the next wing stroke, creating continuous lift through unsteady aerodynamics. We understand this better now than we did decades ago, but we're still uncovering details, still building computational models that can accurately predict bee flight. It's humbling that something so common, or so observable, a bee flying from flower to flower, involves physics complicated enough that we're still working out the full mathematics. Bees don't know they're doing something complicated. They just fly, following instincts, using wings that evolution optimized over millions of years. But understanding how they fly has required advanced fluid dynamics, high-speed photography, computational modeling, decades of research. The bee's flight is proof that nature solves problems we still struggle to understand. That simple-looking behaviors can conceal extraordinary complexity, that there's still mystery in the everyday sight of an insect visiting a flower. The total number of insects alive at any moment is estimated at 10 quintillion. That's 10 quintillion individual beings. Try to imagine a quintillion of anything. You can't. Really, the number is too large for human comprehension. 1,000,000 seconds is about 11 days. 1,000,000,000 seconds is roughly 32 years. A quintillion seconds is 32 billion years, more than twice the age of the universe. And that's the estimated number of insects alive right now, at this moment, as you drift towards sleep. For every human on Earth, all 8 billion of us, there are more than 1 billion insects. If you tried to count them, 1 per second, working continuously without rest, you'd still be counting millions of years from now. They're everywhere, in soil, in trees, in water, in the air, in deserts and rainforests and cities and caves, underground and above ground, flying and crawling and burrowing and swimming. Most of them you'll never see. They're too small, too well hidden, living lives completely separate from human awareness. They're eating, reproducing, building, hunting, migrating, doing all the things living creatures do, multiplied across quintillions of individuals, creating a biomass and biodiversity that dwarfs anything else in the animal kingdom. They're the foundation of terrestrial ecosystems, pollinators, decomposers, prey for birds and mammals and fish, recyclers of nutrients, engineers of soil. Without them, ecosystems would collapse within years. Plants wouldn't get pollinated, dead matter wouldn't decompose efficiently, food webs would disintegrate. The world depends on insects in ways we rarely acknowledge, on this hidden majority of animal life that operates mostly beneath our notice. 10 quintillion individuals, each one a discrete organism, with its own development, its own behaviors, its own death. Each one part of species-level patterns, migrations, seasonal cycles, population dynamics, each one participating in ecosystems, food webs, evolutionary processes. Together they represent more individual lives than we can count, more simultaneous experiences than we can imagine. A parallel world of vast scale and complexity, existing all around us, mostly unseen, absolutely essential. The true inheritors of Earth who are here before us and will likely remain long after we're gone. And so we've travelled through 100 facts about insects, creatures that have shaped this planet far more than we usually acknowledge, that outnumber us by margins too vast to comprehend, that have been evolving solutions to life's challenges for hundreds of millions of years before we appeared. They are strange and familiar, beautiful and unsettling, yet successful beyond measure. They've mastered flight and found ways to live underwater. They've developed chemical weapons and architectural genius. They navigate by stars, communicate through dance, survive being frozen solid. Some live for hours, others persist as colonies for millennia. They've evolved solutions to problems we're still trying to understand, using brains smaller than pinheads to perform computations that challenge our best engineers. Perhaps what's most remarkable is not any single fact, but the collective picture they create of life's extraordinary diversity, of evolution's endless creativity, of the million different ways to be alive on this planet. The insects prove that there's no single path, no universal template. Life explores every possibility, fills every niche, finds solutions that seem impossible until you see them actually working. As you drift off tonight, remember that you're surrounded by this hidden world. Insects in the soil beneath you, in the air around you, in the walls of your home. Each one carrying genetic instructions refined over millions of years, each one participating in cycles and systems that predate human civilization. They were here before we built our first cities, and they'll be here after our cities have returned to soil. There's comfort in that continuity, perhaps, in knowing that life is robust, adaptable, persistent. That even as we change the world, even as we disrupt ecosystems and alter climates, there are creatures who've survived worse, who've adapted to challenges we can barely imagine. The insects endure. They've endured every mass extinction, every climate shift, every catastrophic change Earth has experienced, and they'll continue, quiet and numerous, the true inheritors of this planet, carrying forward patterns established when the world was young. Sleep well. In the morning, perhaps you'll notice them differently. The bee visiting flowers, the ant crossing your path, the butterfly drifting past your window. Not just as insects, but as representatives of the most successful, diverse, ancient group of animals Earth has ever produced. Each one a small miracle, carrying inside it the accumulated wisdom of hundreds of millions of years of survival. Good night.